Yes, we do.
We have materials that have transcripts.
If there are any there, yeah. Welcome, everyone. In my capacity as Clerk of the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes, the CICC, I hereby declare this court in session. The case will be heard by Chairing Judge Radha D'Souza, Judges Sharon H. Venn, Judge Rasikhan Maharaj, and Judge Nicolas Hildyard.
Good morning, everyone. All of you here are present here as members of the jury. In this court for intergenerational climate crimes, the law that applies is the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act. You will have seen a copy of the Act that is displayed outside, and you will all have received a copy of the Act in that little booklet that all of you have. And the reason this is important is, in this court, the law that applies is not the law that you hear outside. So when you make your decision at the end of the day, please keep in mind that your decision needs to be based on the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act, which is the law that applies in this court. As members of the jury, I also want to remind you that in this court for intergenerational climate crimes, you are present here amongst all your ancestors from the past. And their presence is with you when you make your decisions. You are also here in your capacity as the ancestors of future generations. We are all ancestors of future generations. And therefore, in this court, you will be guided by both the spirit of our ancestors in the past and the responsibility that we all owe to the future generations for whom we are the ancestors. And I want to say this because I want to remind you that you have a big responsibility and a duty, if you like, to hear the evidence very carefully and to assess it and evaluate it from the point of view of future generations and their survival, and of course, from the point of view of the well-being of present generations. And it is also your duty and responsibility to evaluate and assess the evidence, not only about the well-being of human beings, but also of non-human beings, of all species that exist and that should continue to exist. And just a couple of notes about practical things. You will find the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act on page 24 of the yellow booklet. Please do take time to read that. Please be aware also that during the course of these proceedings, video and photo materials are produced, and that will serve the case in front of you today. If there are subtitles in the films that are not very legible, you will receive, or you should have received in your pack, a printed text that you are called just to look at so that you can follow the evidence carefully. So with those words, I now ask the clerk of this court to call out the case for today.
Case number 2 of 2021. The complainants are Comrades of the Netherlands, Comrades past, present and future in the Kodai Canal region of Tamil Nadu, India, Comrades past, present and future in the Kericho and Bomet regions of Kenya, and Comrades past, present and future in the Lokutu, Yalimba and Boteka regions of the Democratic Republic of the Congo versus Unilever and the State of the Netherlands.
I now call upon the prosecutor, Daphne Dupont-Nivet, who is an investigative journalist by profession, to please come forward and present your case on behalf of Comrades of Netherlands. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Daphne Dupont-Nivet. I'm an investigative journalist from Amsterdam, the Netherlands. And today I want to present the case against Unilever. I will tell you a little bit about the foundations of the company, where it came from, how it has developed over time, and where we are now. Just a little background, I'm an investigative journalist. I write a lot about climate issues, about energy, about subsidization of fossil fuels, about flexibilization of labor, political economy issues. And a few years ago, with a group of 4 other journalists, I dove into Unilever and its sustainability claims. So looking at the way it presents itself as being one of the most sustainable companies in the world, and also whether these claims hold up, and what Unilever actually says when it says means when it says sustainable. I'm not sure if you can see my slides. There we go. Can I have the next slide, please? Just a quick refresher. Unilever, we all know it probably, but I just wanted to show you a few of the products that some of us might have in our cupboards these days, or that we have used over the past few years. I myself have definitely used Unilever products, and the brand is really ubiquitous. It's everywhere. And what I want you to remember during the case I'm presenting today is that the history of Unilever is really intertwined inextricably with the history of palm oil. These two things should be seen as a similar history. And the slide I had just now shows some products, and in most of these products you will find palm oil. I think that's important to remember. Next slide, please. So some figures to start with. Unilever today is available in over 190 countries. They have over 400 brands. I took this slide from the website. This is why it says great purposeful slides. It has over 150,000 employees, and this is something they say themselves. It has up to now improved the health and hygiene of more than 1.3 billion people. This is what they claim. Turnover last year was 51 billion euro. 58% of this is from emerging markets, which I think is interesting. So they really see their growth potential in, for example, the global south. Unilever has at the moment 3 divisions, and beauty and personal care is at this point the most important one. So, for example, Dove, a product that they really is a product. Sorry, they profit a lot from these days. And also the head office these days is in London, but until last year, until 2020, the head office was shared between London and Rotterdam. So it was a company with dual citizenship, if you will. However, in order to understand Unilever's structure, we have to go back to its foundations, to its early history. Next slide, please. I wanted to show you the men who made Unilever what it is today. This man on the right is William Lever, and he was the owner of the Lever Brothers, a British soap company. These 2 men on the left were 2 men from the south of the Netherlands, Jurgens and van der Berg. These were 2 margarine makers from the south of the Netherlands. And these 2 companies were the predecessors of Unilever. Both these companies had one essential product that they needed for making both soap and margarine, and that was oil or some kind of fat. And this is where palm oil comes in, because palm oil became the essential commodity for making soap and for making margarine. And in the early 1900s, they wanted to secure supply. So they were competing over buying palm oil, but what also happened is that, next slide please, in the early 1900s, they established their own plantations. For the Lever brothers, the first one was on the Solomon Islands. For Jurgen and van der Berg, who joined forces, it was in present-day Cameroon. And so they secured supply not just by buying palm oil, but actually by setting up their own plantations. What is interesting or important to note here is that also in the early 1900s, these companies acted under the auspices of the government. So during the First World War, both these industries, soap as well as margarine, were deemed essential industries by the British government as well as the German government. And so they received, in a way, state support. And of course, this secured profits for these companies, but it also meant that they could operate within the infrastructure of the state, basically. And this is, next slide, please. This is where we see the expansion into the rest of the world. So they set up their first plantations in the early 1900s, but in the 1910s and 1920s, they really expanded their companies and their reach into other companies, into other countries and into the global south. So what we see, for example, is that Lever brothers became this huge sort of colonial empire with plantations in different countries. And it was often operating under the auspices of the state and with sometimes the support of the state. So we will hear more about Congo later, but for instance, in Congo, the Lever Brothers company received simply from the Belgian government a land concession of 750,000 hectares to establish their private venture. So in a way, private and public really went hand in hand in these events. And another thing that happened and that made them very powerful is that Lever Brothers bought the United Africa Company in the 1920s. And this was basically the main trading company that served British interest in these times. So even though this was a private venture, it was serving public interests. And I think that is very important to keep in mind when thinking about the establishment of Unilever. Next slide, please. So these were the predecessors, Lever Brothers and Jurgen van der Berg. In 1929, they decided to merge, to no longer, this is the official narrative, they no longer wanted to compete over palm oil, so they merged into Unilever. And this came into practice on January 1st, 1930. This meant that, of course, these two already sort of global imperia now joined forces. It also meant that they could now operate within both the UK legal and financial framework as well as the Dutch legal and financial framework. So, for instance, Unilever now became listed in both the London Stock Exchange as well as the Amsterdam Stock Exchange. In the 1930s, the company also further expanded with more factories and plantations and entities in different countries. And Unilever, this global imperium, now also owned the United Africa Company. So it was really a huge nucleus of power. Next slide, please. In the 1940s, a new corporate structure emerged for Unilever. The narrative here is that this was because of Second World War, that because of the Japanese and the German rule, all these different entities and different plantations and companies across the world were no longer centrally ruled because it wasn't possible. So what Unilever did was grant these branches more independence, they said. This is how they talk about it in their official publications. And this meant that these branches that had more independence could now cater better to local markets and cater better to local needs. However, what we should also keep in mind here is that, of course, this sort of decentralized structure with having different branches in different countries also gives a company the options to, for example, use tax legislation in such a way that it is beneficial to them. So there could be tax evasion, or it could be it could help in, for example, planning wealth or shirking of responsibility. When something happens in one country, the head office might not want to be responsible for this. I myself have not looked into this, and I don't have any evidence now that shows that Unilever has done this, but I think this is important to keep in mind when we talk about this corporate structure. And of course, what is also, I think, important is that this decentralization also went parallel with decolonization processes in many countries in the global south. The next slide, please. Yeah, so the 1950s and until 1970s, I can be rather quick about. This was an era of expansion and growth for Unilever. It really ventured into new territory. It made a lot of money. It came up with new products such as frozen peas and fish fingers. It came up with new packaging such as plastic. And it also sort of expanded its reach. So Unilever started up their own packaging companies. It started up its own advertising companies. And in a way, it now owned all the different steps in the supply chain, from plantation to packaging to the product to advertising. So it was sort of this octopus spreading its arms in everything. In the 1970s, of course, there was an economic crisis. Unilever also lost a lot of profits from because of this crisis, but because Unilever was still very present, still had a very big presence in Nigeria because of the United Africa Company, it could profit a lot from Nigerian oil. And it actually used the profits from the Nigerian oil to balance off the losses it made in Europe and in the US that it made from consumer goods. In 1971, Unilever bought Lipton, and this was also a major decision or a major key moment, because this made Unilever one of the, or actually the biggest tea company worldwide, and it still is today. And Lipton, the tea company, was operating in the same way as Unilever was already with palm oil, so it had its own palm oil plantations. So now Unilever also owned, tea plantations. So now Unilever also owned tea estates in Ceylon, what is now Sri Lanka. Next slide, please. So in the 1970s and 1980s, Unilever actually lay at the basis of large-scale industrial palm oil plantations that we still know today. This picture on the right might look familiar to many of you. And what I already said, Unilever and palm oil, these two histories are really inextricably intertwined. There was this man, Leslie Davidson, a Unilever scientist, and he was experimenting with upscaling, how do you say this, palm oil at two different countries. So they already had many plantations in West Africa, and Unilever was looking for a way to sort of take this model and also use it in different countries. And what he found, this scientist, was that this little beetle that is on the slide could be used for pollination. So he took this beetle from West Africa, he introduced it to Malaysia and to Indonesia, and as a consequence, this is what we have now. 84% of global palm oil production actually comes from Malaysia and Indonesia right now. And of course, the consequence is, and Unilever is still one of the biggest buyers of palm oil. Today, it buys about 3% of global palm oil, which is huge. It's the biggest buyer. But it also, of course, meant ecological destruction, deforestation, forced labor, pesticides, etc. Next slide, please. And in the 1990s, this became a major issue for Unilever. There was more and more debate about sustainability, and Unilever also decided it had to do something about this. So again, Unilever sort of lay at the foundation of something that is very important in palm oil, but also in the whole sustainability world today, which is certification and the round table model. So even though Unilever had sort of reached out and was owning plantations and companies across the world, in the 1990s, Unilever decided it had to become more lean, and it said it was going to concentrate core business. So what it meant was that it was basically selling off everything that wasn't necessarily profitable for the company, including many plantations, and it has continued to do so throughout the 2000s and 2010s. What this also meant was that they no longer owned these plantations, so they, in a way, also shirked off responsibility. And in parallel with that, this debate of, this discussion on what should we do about sustainability came up. And they came with market-based solutions and self-regulation. So rather than looking for stronger legislation or for new rules on how to improve palm oil production, they said, no, we should have everyone around a table, producers of palm oil as well as the big buyers such as Unilever as well as NGOs. And if everyone sits around a table, we can have a consensus-based sort of framework and come up with a certificate that then proves that production is actually sustainable. And out of this grew the Roundtable for Sustainable Palm Oil. And this has been basically the main certificate for sustainable palm oil throughout the last 20 years. There has been a lot of criticism on it, however. Some of the NGOs that take part are Oxfam, Solidaridad and WWF, but other NGOs such as Amnesty International or Greenpeace have really said that this is not working, and that actually Amnesty said this Roundtable certificate is only a shield that deflects greater scrutiny. So it's only something that makes it seem as if production is sustainable. And of course, deforestation, labor, exploitation, pesticides still continue. Next slide, please. Yes, so this is a very full slide, and I did that on purpose. Even though Unilever is using certificates and is only using market-based approaches to enforce sustainability, it has become, in the 2010s, sort of the public's favorite, and everyone was really acclaiming it for being super sustainable. So here you can see a few of the accolades that Unilever has received. The UN said it was one of the most sustainable companies worldwide. The Dow Jones Sustainability Index has applauded Unilever. Unilever was very good at setting up partnerships with, for instance, Vice, with Oxfam, with Guardian Labs, with University of Cambridge. So in a way it has obtained this position where it's untouchable, because everyone sees it as one of the most sustainable companies and doesn't really, even if something goes wrong at these plantations, for instance, in the Global South, they can still say, yeah, but we're trying our best and we're still better than the others. So it has obtained this sort of untouchable position. And the slide, or the things on the left, of course, are other certificates that Unilever is using. So it has really, it's a bit like a sticker book. It has this sticker book of certificates that it uses to claim that it's sustainable. Next slide, please. Okay, then last chapter is a little bit about the government links that Unilever still has. As I said before, in the early days, it could act within this public framework, this institutional framework of the state. Even though Unilever today speaks of market-based solutions for sustainability, it is still very close to the Dutch government, for instance. And the 2010s really showed this in a few cases. In 2015, there was a strategic partnership signed between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Unilever. And what it meant was that the company and the state would exchange information, they would exchange maybe even personnel, they would really help each other out. At the time, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said this was a unique partnership in the history of the Netherlands. So it was really, Unilever was really seen as this sort of national special case, this national pride. And we saw the same in 2017 when Kraft Heinz, this huge company, wanted to take over Unilever in a hostile takeover event. Basically, some of the shareholders of Unilever thought the company could make more money. Kraft Heinz said, we can take you over. And then the Dutch public, as well as the Dutch government, reacted really as if this was an affront on Dutch identity. So the Dutch finance minister at the time spoke of vultures and hyenas trying to take over Unilever. He wanted to install this sort of governmental protection belt around the company to keep it in the Netherlands. So it again shows that even though it's a private company, these links between private and public are very intertwined in this case. And next slide, please. The last example that I want to show sort of speaks to this as well. A few years ago here in the Netherlands, we had the dividend tax affair. I'm sure many of you know about it, but Prime Minister Rutte, who actually himself was also an employee of Unilever for 10 years between 1992 and 2002, he all of a sudden wanted to get rid of the dividend tax, which means that shareholders have to pay taxes on the dividend they receive. And no one knew where it came from because it was not in the party program, it was not in the governing accord. But a year later, it turned out that actually this was a demand of Unilever CEO Paul Polman, and that Unilever was speaking about unification of the head office, and they wanted to keep it in Rotterdam, but the demand to the Dutch government was to get rid of the dividend tax. Of course, when this came out, there was a lot of outrage and the dividend tax was off the table in the end, but what it meant was that Unilever decided actually to unify in London and not in the Netherlands. And then again, you saw even from GroenLinks, the Green Party here, you saw the outrage about Unilever no longer being this sort of national Dutch pride. So there is really this strong sort of public-private link throughout the whole history of Unilever and the Netherlands. That was my history of Unilever and the case of the company. Maybe if there are questions later, I can take them, but I would hand it over to you again.
Thank you very much, Daphne, for that laying out a long history of Unilever. If you were here yesterday, members of the jury, you would have heard the presentation by the prosecutor yesterday on bilateral investment treaties. This is another kind of legal framework that informs how corporations run. So may I now ask the judges, Sharon Wen, Rasigan Maharaj, Nicholas Hildyard, do you have any questions for the prosecutor or clarifications? Yeah.
Thank you very much for that very clear presentation. I've got a few questions just to tease out a bit, get a better understanding of the way the Dutch state has facilitated the expansion of Unilever and the profits of Unilever. So I wonder whether you could just expand a little bit more on two things. One is the content of the Dutch government partnership with Unilever, the extent to which that institutionalized revolving door between government and the company amounts to effectively legalized corruption, and how it may in fact conflict with existing Dutch law on corruption. And I'd like to also explore the role of the Dutch state, but also non-governmental organizations, in laundering Unilever's reputation through I'm using terms here from work on corruption, on money laundering and so on. But I'm wondering whether you could, there would be a case that the partnerships that have been set up both by the Dutch government but also by the non-governmental sector, which is regulated by the Dutch government, has been a tool for laundering reputation.
I can speak a little bit on both topics. As for the word laundering, I'm not sure if I can say anything about that, because it would mean that it would be intentional by either Unilever or the government or the non-governmental organizations, but I can speak a little bit about the dynamic. With these partnerships, what we see is that, as I said, Unilever in a way obtains this sort of untouchable position because, well, I can even speak a little bit about the research I've done. When we wanted to look into Unilever and to its position it holds in Dutch society and its position as a sustainable, the most sustainable multinational in the world, we had spoken to a few NGOs who said, actually, it's good that you are looking into this, because as an NGO we cannot really talk about this because we have to sit around this round table with them again in a few weeks from now. So there's really this connection, even though it might not be an intentional laundering attempt, but the effect, I think, is that the reputation of a company like this becomes whitewashed because they have partnerships everywhere. So of course, also speaking from a media perspective, if as Vice or as another company, media company, if you set up a partnership with Unilever, then you might not sign an agreement where you write down that you will not write about them critically, but of course there is this sort of subconscious way of thinking about the company that pays for you. The same with setting up a partnership with Unilever. Non-governmental organizations might not be as critical towards a company that they talk to every other week because they're in a partnership. And for the first question you had about the partnership between the Dutch state and Unilever, I think these things happen more often as well, also with other types of companies where big Dutch companies are taken abroad on trade missions, for example. But I think in this case, it even had an extra special status because Unilever was, until recently, seen as this sort of Dutch pride. So I think the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it was specifically the trade division within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I mean, of course, I don't know what they were thinking, but they presented it as a way to really benefit from Unilever's infrastructure and from Unilever's connections and from Unilever's connections all across the world in improving trade and improving sustainable trade. So from an outsider perspective, of course, it's very strange that a governmental branch, a ministerial branch, and a company set up a partnership where they exchange information and even personnel. So I think in effect it does work as a sort of revolving door, or it shows that the links are very close. I hope this answered your question. Okay.
Thank you. If you can just stay there, because I might want to ask you one question. You talked about revolving doors and how the Prime Minister was, Unilever employee, then he became the country's Prime Minister, and you talked about trade delegations and all those kind of activities, ways in which the state is very close, if you like, to Unilever. But I wondered whether you can say something about the kind of laws that the Dutch state makes that actually enables Unilever to function overseas as well as in here, and
it's not necessarily a matter of funding, it's more a matter of this roundtable system where everyone has a seat at the table. There's this idea that they're doing it together, and that the lines, as you say in Dutch, the lines are very short, so that if they make, some of these NGOs still criticize Unilever to a certain extent, but they might not go as far as they would like to because they want to keep the relations good. And it's kind of what has been criticized, what we criticize in our articles about this topic as well, that if you have this consensus approach, you put all these people together that then have to sort of present their position as being a shared position, even though they might not have the same interest. So what comes out of this roundtable might be watered down in opposition to what these NGOs might want. So it's not really, they don't receive funding, they're independent, but they're not necessarily independent because they take place or they have a seat at this table. And they're, in a way, colleagues at this table. So it's a bit more subtle than a strict, position of dependence, if that makes it clear.
Thank you very much, Daphne, for your contributions today. We appreciate it very much, and I'm sure the jury appreciates it as well. Yesterday, on the bilateral investment treaties, we heard witnesses from Mongolia, from Peru, and from we heard witnesses from Bolivia, Mongolia, and Peru yesterday. Today we will hear witnesses on the Unilever issues that are that about which we have heard here, from witnesses from India and Kenya and from the Democratic Republic of Congo. So I will now call upon the clerk of the court to read the first charge concerning Comrades past, present, and future from India.
I will be reading from the black and white charge sheet that each of you have received in your dossier, and it reads as following. Defendant 1, Unilever, jointly and severally with Defendant 2, the State of the Netherlands, is charged with committing crimes under Section 3 of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act in the Koidal Canal region of Tamil Nadu in India by engaging in the following activities. It is alleged inter alia that 1, in 1983, Unilever set up a mercury thermometer manufacturing factory in Koidal Canal in Tamil Nadu in India after it was banned in the United States of America. Second charge is Unilever discharged levels of mercury in the Pambar Shola Wildlife Sanctuary that were 66 times higher than the levels permissible in the Netherlands and double the levels permissible in the UK. Third is that together these acts described in this first and second point amount to adoption of double standards in Unilever's operations in Tamil Nadu, India. 4. By 2001, the factory discharged an estimated 1.3 tons of mercury into the nearby Pambar Shola Wildlife Sanctuary. 5. The exposure to mercury caused death, disease, and injury to the factory workers and the residents of Koidal Canal, their children, grandchildren, and future generations. 6. The Sholakili and other birds, animals, plants, trees, rivers, hills, and other human and non-human species, as defined in the Act, lost their sanctuary in the Pambar Shola ecosystem. 7. In the name of restitution, Unilever cut down 425 trees on its factory land in 2020, which caused downstream flooding, and further discharge of 100 kilograms of mercury was washed into the ecosystem of the region, poisoning the food chain for humans, non-humans, as defined in sections 2.2 and 2.6 of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act. 8. Defendant 2, the State of the Netherlands, empowered Unilever to engage in the above crimes by recognizing Unilever as a corporate person. 9. The State of the Netherlands endowed Unilever with human rights and property rights, knowing that they were not natural persons. 10. The State of the Netherlands actively collaborated with the United Kingdom and other European and American states to establish legal entities such as the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, with the aims of empowering corporations like Unilever with the authority to commit crimes against humans and non-humans, past, present, and future, in the Koidal Canal region. 11. The state of the Netherlands benefited from the activities of Unilever in Guadalcanal and elsewhere by receiving revenues, taxes, takings and direct and indirect benefits flowing from the destruction of ecologies and communities in the Guadalcanal region. 12. The state of the Netherlands actively promoted and recognized the freedoms of Unilever but took no steps whatsoever to recognize the self-determination and will of the people of Guadalcanal and the well-being of non-human species in the regions. These activities, if proved to be true, constitute intergenerational climate crimes against past, present and future generations of humans, non-humans, cultures and ecosystems in the Guadalcanal regions of Tamil Nadu, India, under Section 3A, B, C and D of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act.
I will now call upon the witnesses to substantiate the charges and to give evidence, present evidence to this court. I will call upon Nityanand Jayaraman of the organization Vettiver Kootamaipu in India. On request of the witness, we will first review a 10-minute evidentiary video before Jayaraman addresses this court directly. Thank you.
Come monsoon, magic abounds in the highlands of the Western Ghats. Parched earth meets a moisture-laden sky to thunderous applause. As life-giving water quenches the earth, the runoff emerges as rivulets and streams, filling ponds and tanks and finally feeding mighty rivers. All of South India's major rivers, Kaveri, Vaigai, Periyar and Tamirebarani, are born in the grasslands and shola forests of these highlands. Sholas are evergreen habitats with dense canopy, damp forest floor and rich biodiversity. Pambar Shola, which descends from the popular hill town of Kodaikanal, has in its own way contributed to the birth of the ancient Tamil civilization. The Pambar, Snake River, that drops from these forests feeds the Vaigai River, the lifeline of the Sangamira civilization. The leaf litter and damp earth of the Shola forest are crawling with all kinds of life. The sweet-voiced Sholakili is an ardent singer and quite unfazed by human company. Don't let its sweet voice and small size fool you. The Sholakili is quite the local bully. It hunts down prey much larger than it, like the young ones of the shield-tailed snake. The water's edges, and the damp earth are a bustle of activity. Butterflies, damselflies, and dragonflies dart from one puddle to another in these wetlands. The clear waters of the Pambar stream offer good habitat for resplendent damselflies. The arrival of the female initiates a beautiful courtship ritual that plays out as a dance hovering over the gentle flowing water. In another location in the forest, a blue-bearded bee-eater feeds its chicks. A hole excavated on the mud bank of a Shola stream is its nest. These masters of the sky hunt damsel and dragonflies and cicadas to feed themselves and the chick. But what if the food itself is poisoned? For 4 decades, Pambar Shola has remained a silent victim to a deadly toxic insult. In 1983, a mercury thermometer factory that was shut down in America was brought to Kodaikanal by Ponds India Limited, now Hindustan Unilever. Ecologically, the factory site is part of the Pambar Shola. Where the factory ends, the wildlife sanctuary begins. In 2001, the factory was shut down for illegal and unsafe disposal of toxic mercury waste after former factory workers, irate townspeople, and environmentalists marched to the factory gates, outraged by the multinational's reckless behavior. The company estimates that more than 1.3 tons of mercury was discharged into the Pambar Shola. To put that in perspective, just 1 gram of mercury, about the average amount in a fever thermometer, deposited atmospherically over a 20-acre water body every year is sufficient to make fish in the lake too toxic for consumption. Mercury is a potent neurotoxin. It builds up rapidly along the food chain. Top predators like human beings who sit atop the food chain end up receiving deadly doses of this toxin. Mercury-exposed Unilever workers and their children suffered from kidney failure, dental, neurological disorders and brain damage. After 15 years of delay and denial, 593 workers won a massive settlement from Unilever for deaths and disease caused by mercury. That was only half the battle won. The factory grounds are still heavily contaminated, with some places showing 50,000 times higher mercury than background levels. With every rain, this mercury gets washed out along with the soil into the Pambar Shola. Sediment samples taken from inside Pambar Shola have shown alarming levels of mercury. Mercury bioaccumulates and biomagnifies in the environment. Bioaccumulation occurs when an organism ingests mercury at a rate faster than it can excrete. Over time, the amount of residual mercury in that individual keeps growing. Biomagnification occurs when the concentration of the mercury increases as one moves up the food chain from prey to predator. Mercury in the soil and water affects every organism that lives in or off these media: cicadas, sholakili, damselfly, and the blue-bearded bee-eater. The sweet-throated sholakili lives off the soil. Unsuspecting sholakilis forage the mercury-tainted factory grounds for earthworms and cicadas. Cicada nymphs emerge to become cicadas after spending 2 and 17 years burrowed in the soil. If the soil is contaminated with mercury, the cicada stores up years' worth of poison in its body. The sholakili, which may consume a dozen cicadas in a good day's hunting, will accumulate unhealthy levels of mercury over a period. The shola system is replete with deadly food chains like this one. Dragonflies and damselflies depend entirely on clean water, not just for insect prey, but also to lay eggs and live out their early stages underwater. Their larvae are among the top predators of the river ecosystem, feeding on other insect larvae, tadpoles, and even small fish. But in the jungle, the predator too becomes prey. In December 2020, Unilever began remediation of its contaminated site even before getting all legal approvals. As part of what it calls a cleanup, Unilever clear-felled all trees from 4 acres of its site in January 2020. Now the contaminated soils are exposed to winds and intense rains of the highlands. Without the vegetative cover to hold the soil together, the rains now wash out even more soil-bound mercury than before. From its first act of shutting down its factory in America and relocating it to Kodaikanal to the task of fixing cleanup standards, Unilever has applied double standards to India. Its cleanup ambition is so low that even after the so-called remediation, there would be 20 times more mercury in the soil than would be permitted for human residential use in the UK, or 66 times more than would be permitted in the Netherlands. Unilever is headquartered in these two countries. But what's safe for humans may be deadly for other life forms. Let's not forget that the Pambar Shola has life forms that are far more sensitive than human beings. Even after cleanup, the factory site will endanger shola killies and bee-eaters that unsuspectingly hunt and feed their chicks with mercury-loaded insects. Unilever claims that the mercury contamination is contained within its property, but studies indicate that its effects are felt far beyond the hills, down in the Vaigai plains. Fish samples taken from a pond in the plains, fed by the Pambar, had levels of mercury that would make it too dangerous for consumption by pregnant women. Not just pregnant women, Unilever's poisons are harming future generations by tainting mother bee eaters and shola killies and their young. Unilever, a multi-billion-dollar multinational that pretends to care for the environment, cannot be allowed to cut corners and hurt voiceless victims, including birds, animals, and unborn generations. This film is dedicated to the shola killi, the bee eater, and the future generations of all life forms, including humans.
Good afternoon and greetings to the honorable members of the jury and the public jury. I'm deeply saddened to be deposing in front of you more than 2 decades after the problem of Unilever's mercury pollution first surfaced, and more than 4 decades after the problem began. I am a Chennai-based journalist and a social activist. I'm 53 years old and have spent 21 years of my life fighting to hold Unilever accountable for the harm it has caused to people and the environment in Kodaikanal. In November 2000, my friend Navroz Modi, who lived in a beautiful wooded area opposite Unilever's mercury factory in Kodaikanal, called me. He had visited a local scrap merchant in a crowded working class section of Kodaikanal to see if he could find a window frame. I don't recall if he found the window frame. What he did find was a mound of broken thermometers dumped against the wall and tiny puddles of mercury scattered here and there. Navroz called me to find out if I would come and investigate. In December 2000, accompanied by my photographer friend Shailendra Yashwant, I documented Unilever's mercury dumps in the city. The factory is located atop a ridge. On its southern slope, the factory shares a fence line with the Pambar Shola Reserve Forest, now part of the Kodaikanal Wildlife Sanctuary. We found that Unilever had dumped mercury waste not just in the scrapyard, but also in the forest behind its factory, right on the slopes draining into the pristine Pambar catchment. We documented this, and on March 7, 2001, the townspeople of Kodaikanal confronted them with this evidence and demanded that the polluting multinational's factory be shut down. In a rare, never to be repeated display of integrity, the Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board promptly shut the factory down. We celebrated what we thought was a victory. Little did we realize that more than a generation later, we would still be fighting for justice and to retain some degree of control over our elected government. Unilever talks up a big talk about corporate responsibility and green capitalism. But let that not fool you. Corporations cannot be responsible, and capitalism cannot be green. Unilever is no different from Union Carbide, Dow Chemical, Shell, or Exxon, or BP, or others like them. Their businesses have exploited and continue to exploit humans and the environment. This is pushing us to the brink of ecological collapse, aggravating social inequity and deprivation, and robbing future generations of people and other life forms of their right to enjoy this beautiful, bountiful earth. Much water has flown beneath the bridge. In March 2016, after 15 years of delay and denial, Unilever was forced to settle with workers who had been harmed due to workplace exposure to mercury. 15 years of campaigning made no difference. between Unilever's impressive advertising budget and the fact that Unilever's victims came from marginalized communities has meant that the mainstream media, governments, and courts have been absent from the campaign for justice. In July 2015, we decided to bypass the corporate controlled mainstream media and the crony capitalists in the government and took to social media. Justice Rocks, an anti corporate arts collaborative that is an initiative of the collective that I'm part of, worked with a young songwriter and rapper. Sophia Ashraf's rap song, Kodaikanal Won't, went viral. Within days, Unilever was scrambling to find some corporate responsibility to put on display. After 7 months of campaigning and hectic legal work by pro bono lawyers, the multinational conceded a settlement. This, while welcome, is no victory. Unilever refused to admit guilt. No precedents were set. And then there is the issue of environmental contamination. Those of you who have seen the film may have noticed that in January 2020, Unilever clear-felled 425 trees and removed all vegetation from the most contaminated sections of the factory site. The trees and the vegetation provided 3 layers of protection to the toxic soil. The monsoon rains in the highlands can be quite intense. The canopy of trees breaks the intensity of the falling rain. The shrubs and bushes beneath the trees offer a second level of protection, and the dense carpet of leaf litter a third. Even with all these protections, we were worried that soil-bound mercury was washing out along with the rainwater. Numerous studies had pointed out that this was indeed happening. In August, we carried out a mathematical modeling of runoff of rainwater and soil mercury before and after clear felling. We found that even with the protective vegetative cover, the factory was leaking 5.25 kilograms of mercury into the sanctuary. This is a very large quantum. Just 1 gram of mercury deposited every year over a 20-acre lake can render all the fish in the lake unfit for human consumption. With the protective cover gone, after the trees had been felled, the quantum of mercury washing out into the Pambar stream may have increased drastically, up to 66 kilograms a year. Since January 2020, 100 kilograms of mercury may have already been cleaned out of the site into the aquatic environment, if the company's conservative estimate of contamination is to be believed. Unilever is legally required to take weekly samples of soil and sediment from leaving the factory site. Between the time they cut the trees and now, they would have had to have taken at least 1,000 samples of soil and water. They have not taken one. The state regulatory agency has historically danced to Unilever's tune. They continue to do the dance. From the time they moved a polluting factory from the US to India, to how they are handling the soil remediation of their polluted factory site now, Unilever and its predecessors have practiced environmental double standards. Contrary to its claim that it applies global standards everywhere, Unilever chooses to cut corners in jurisdictions with pliant regulators. In August 2020, Unilever's consultant submitted a supposedly scientific study about off-site contamination. The study concluded that all samples of water, soil, sediment, and vegetative matter had insignificant levels of mercury. We looked at the results of analysis. We had real scientists look at them as well. It turns out that the conclusion is not supported by the numbers they report as results. I'll give you just 2 examples and conclude my case. First, they report that no mercury was detected in water samples drawn from various parts of the sanctuary. They use this to conclude that all is well with the water. The level of detection, 0.003 milligram per liter, is 40 times higher than levels considered safe for aquatic life. Second, they report that soil mercury levels are insignificant inside the sanctuary. One soil sample taken from inside the wildlife sanctuary contained 4.6 milligrams per kilogram. That is, every kilogram of soil contained 4.6 milligrams of mercury. That number is 460 times higher than uncontaminated levels from the same sanctuary. The false sense of security nurtured by Unilever's baseless assurance that all is well with the Kodaikanal Wildlife Sanctuary will frustrate any mitigatory measures that can protect the shola and its wild residents. The yellow-bellied sholakili, the diminutive serenader, is a bird that is endemic to these hills. They have lived in these hills for at least 5 million years, as against the 2 million years of presence that the genus Homo has inhabited this planet. Unilever's reckless actions in Kodaikanal have already harmed several generations of the sholakili. Now its false assurances threaten future generations of this beautiful bird and many others like the sholakili. This is my submission to the jury to support my allegation, on behalf of the sholakili and blue-bearded bee-eater, that Unilever should be found guilty. I request you to ask the State of Netherlands to initiate an inquiry into our allegation of double standards and discrimination by Unilever against the people and wildlife of Kodaikanal. Thank you.
Thank you, Nityanand, for that evidence and for your very detailed presentation. May I now ask the judges, Sharon, Nicholas, Rasigan, do you have any questions for Nityanand? Yep.
Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to ask a question about the two issues that you said that should be considered, but would you consider a third issue, or have you already considered it? What would it cost to clean up the site to your satisfaction, and have you identified how that could be done? Because obviously what they did about the clear cutting is not a good way to do that. So what needs to be done? And also I'm concerned about the long-term health effects on children and future generations of children and all the animals too, and everything that relates to that. Have you documented that also? I didn't hear all of the information that you've amassed, but those are two questions I'd be interested to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of cost of cleanup, we first need an estimate, an independent estimate of how much contamination there is in the factory premises and how much contamination has escaped from the factory premises. This would need to be done through direct field studies, but it would also have to be based on what is called a mercury mass balance. That is, how much mercury was imported into the factory site, how much of that can be accounted for in finished thermometers that were exported, how much of it can be accounted for in the broken thermometers that are on site, how much of it can be accounted for in terms of the illegal dumping that has happened over the years. And what remains is the unaccounted for mercury, which would be the amount that would either be distributed in the soil or discharged into the Pambar Shola. In 2001, Unilever commissioned a consultant called URS Dames and Moore and paid for a study. That study concluded that 500 and odd kilograms of mercury was unaccounted for after doing this mass balance and swearing to it that the mass balance was accurate and based on good, reliable figures. The workers looked at it and raised an issue. They pointed out that the company had forgotten to include a 10.8 ton, that is 10,800 kilogram consignment of mercury that it had purchased from Bombay, which means after the mass balance had been done and both the sides had reportedly been balanced, 10.8 tons of mercury remained to be accounted for. Unilever did not bat an eyelid. It recruited the same consultant to come back and work with the new figures. The numbers were juggled. The number of thermometers exported was increased by 100,000. The amount of mercury in each thermometer was increased by 0.5 grams. and nearly 9 tons of mercury was just accounted for through this juggling. So we have no real independent estimate of how much mercury lies buried in the factory site. We only have the companies say so. In the last 20 years, our consistent demand has been to the government to commission an independent study paid for by the government, with the money being recovered by the government from the polluter. Till date, there has not been a single sample that's been taken by an independent agency. As for whether we have estimates, we do not have the resources to conduct studies like this, nor do we have permission to enter the factory site or take samples from the wildlife sanctuary. So the possibility for civil society, especially a small unfunded collective like ours, to undertake such studies is out of the question. This is the responsibility of the government that we elect, and this is the responsibility of the government to ensure that the polluter does the right thing. As far as the studies are concerned, I think I've answered. And clear cutting, again, we've asked for independent studies that look at the impact of clear cutting on the Pambar Shola and its wildlife. For this, studies can be done that measure the amount of soil and water leaving the factory site. These real field studies, very accurate, can be done, but for that, the government and the regulators have to have the political will. It is quite possible to also study what has been the impact already of the mercury discharge into the Pambar Shola. But again, that study would have to be carried out by an independent agency. As I've already pointed out, not everything that comes out from scientists is science, because science requires both science and integrity. And oftentimes, the latter is scarce. Thank you.
Was there any? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Nityan. As you speak about what capacity and capability is available for local groups to respond to the actions of transnational corporations, working with governments as well, there is a huge unevenness that you've shared with us, both in terms of responsibility, but also capacity and capability to fulfill obligations. So having learned from this, and again, with the establishment of firms that work with dangerous chemicals or any material that's dangerous, these are things that we learn about over time as well. So how, from the experience in your territory itself, can we gain lessons for the future? How can similar activities be prevented rather than us just seeking to remediate what's already taken place? I mean, are there opinions from the community about how we stop this happening elsewhere?
Thank you very much. That is a question that goes well beyond just the issue of one corporation polluting, because I have also been associated with the Campaign for Justice in Bhopal, unfortunately for nearly 25 years. And again, over there, we have an errant corporation, a collusive government, and a huge legacy site. For a country like India, which has suffered the world's worst industrial disaster, to have a repeat with an extremely reputed and an extremely respected, and Unilever comes across as the Mother Teresa of all corporations. To have that being repeated and to have the same story being continued, suggests that we cannot deal with this from a corporation to corporation basis. If we do not read the writing on the wall, that corporations, in the manner that they are structured now, cannot be part of a sustainable future. Governments, in the manner that they are structured now, cannot be part of a sustainable future. An economy that is built on exploiting human and environment cannot be part of a sustainable future. An economy that is based on externalities, externalizing to communities that are either invisible or to future generations that don't have a voice, cannot be sustainable. And this is extremely important at this point in time when we are just gearing up for one of the world's largest circuses in Glasgow, where people are talking about net zero, they're talking about financial mechanisms, but nobody's addressing the elephant in the room. How can we have a sustainable future under capitalism with growth and colonialism as its model?
Thank you very much.
One last question from me, and that is, you concluded your presentation by saying that the state of Netherlands should initiate an inquiry and should do something about this. Why do you think that the state of Netherlands is responsible for this, and to what extent does their responsibility extend according to you? Are you suggesting that they should get involved in actually estimating the costs of remediation of the Kodaikanal region? Thank you.
I think about 2 decades ago, there was an effort to develop legally binding norms on transnational corporations. And this was again based on our experiences with what happened in Nigeria, what happened in Bhopal, and numerous other places around the world, where corporate criminals committed crimes against humanity and were able to escape scot-free. The United Nations, the governments of the world, and the multinational corporations sat together and defeated these transnational norms and brought out something called the UN Global Compact, which is essentially the UN speak for greenwash. We have no way to hold corporations accountable. The reason why we are reaching out to the Netherlands is because the Netherlands is party to the building up of the image of Unilever as a responsible corporation. The Netherlands is party to the problems in Kodaikanal by remaining silent. I would not speak for my state. I would not speak for the state of India and for the state of Tamil Nadu, because they have clearly demonstrated that they are not up to the task of addressing issues of justice within their boundaries, especially if that only affects the poor and the unborn generations and the environment. The only thing that we have received in this 20-year struggle is a settlement for the workers with Unilever. And this settlement was obtained not through the courts in India, not with the help of the government, not with the help of the government of Netherlands, but despite that. It was the magic of a viral rap song. Now, we can't be expected to generate a rap song for every corporate crime. Here, what we are expecting is that the Netherlands also talks up a big talk about being responsive to its people, responsive to issues of justice. Then I think the Netherlands should stand up and walk its talk. And it can do that by ensuring that what it calls its corporate citizen, the company that it earns a lot of revenue from because of its headquarters in Rotterdam, is this company behaving responsibly? I think at the very least, the state of Netherlands can initiate a basic study to look at due diligence and not just look at what the Indian courts and the Indian state have to say, but what do the people have to say? What has remained unsaid? If it has in it to do an impartial and an open inquiry, I think we would be able to at least right some of the wrongs that have already happened, if not on the ground, at least for history.
Thank you for that. I will, okay, one quick one.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask a question, pick up particularly on your statement that corporations as structured today cannot be part of a sustainable future. So I'd like to just explore something about the corporate structure of Unilever, and whether you could comment on whether that corporate structure has been employed in order to be able to evade responsibilities in any one place where, in this case, pollution happens. I'd particularly like you to, if you have the information, to tell the court whether Unilever has ever claimed that its head office in the Netherlands, as it then was, now in London, has no control over Unilever in Hindustan, and whether, to your knowledge, that sort of statement is confounded by actual direction from headquarters to subsidiaries, and, for example, through the promulgation of group-wide policies. So now what I'd like to get at is how corporate structure today might enable companies to evade responsibilities all over the world.
To answer your question about whether Unilever headquarters has ever claimed that it has no control over, repeatedly. Since 2011 or 2013, there have been shareholders from United Kingdom who have raised questions in the annual shareholders meeting. And the CEO at that time, Mr. Paul Polman, in the first meeting said he was not fully briefed about it and he would educate himself and respond. And in the second meeting, he said that as far as we know, we are not responsible. Hindustan Unilever is the one that is in charge of what all things that happened, despite the fact that Unilever has a controlling stake. It has 51%, at least at the time, I don't know what it is now, of the shares. Now, control is exercised not merely through the number of shares you have. That's a very, very legalistic way of looking at something as complex as this. Do you have an obligation going beyond what your legal is? Because that is what you claim. If you claim you have a responsibility to the future, the laws for the future haven't been written yet. You're doing it from a moral obligation. If you're claiming that your corporation is more than just a legal artifact, that it can behave responsibly, that it can express compassion, that it can think about the forest and the living beings, which is what Unilever's website does, then any argument that suggests that we will strictly look at the legal control, in this case, even that is not made out, I think does not stand. I'm sorry, I forgot your last question, if you can repeat it. Or if I've
I think that actually sort of does it. I was asking particularly whether Unilever had group-wide standards, and by establishing group-wide standards, had in fact recognised that the central headquarters is in control of establishing the norms by which this company is supposed to act.
Well, I mean, I think that the way it played out, it was very clear that they are in control, because I think that the Unilever headquarters got into a tiz, because it might be that Unilever headquarters only has this much control, but when one brand takes a beating, everybody stands up. And I think that was the response that was seen at the time, because I think the CEO was out on vacation for the weekend, and when he came out of the vacation, the issue had gone viral, and he responded for the first time responsibly. So in 15 years, they managed to find the responsibility with a rap song. And I think that there, again, they made it very clear that it is possible, if they wish to. This thing could have been done in 2001. Why wait for 15 years to do what you call is a humanitarian gesture?
Thank you. Thank you for that. I will now ask the members of the jury if they have any questions to ask Nityanand. Is there any questions that you want to ask him? Anyone? Any questions to put to him? Yeah.
Thank you for your contribution. I have a question about the Bhopal case and this one, because I think in Bhopal there has been compensation paid to victims, and has that happened in this case?
In the Bhopal case, what was paid was not compensation. It is what we call a pittance. What was demanded was $3 billion, and the government of India negotiated it down and brought it to $470 million. That amount was distributed to the people of Bhopal as compensation. That worked up to a paltry sum of 25,000 rupees per person who was affected. 25,000 rupees will work up to about $300 as per today's dollar rates. $300 for lifelong injury. That's a compensation that is given, and this was a great legal settlement presided over by the Supreme Court of India. As part of the settlement, the Supreme Court also said that the criminal cases against Unilever, against Union Carbide, would be written off. Fortunately, because of very intense campaigning by local people, the criminal cases were reinstated. In the case of Unilever, none of this has happened. In 2004, a Supreme Court monitoring committee came in and ordered that 50 crores, nearly 5 million rupees, was to be given to the Pollution Control Board so that that money could be spent for cleanup, and also that the workers would have to be compensated. None of that happened. No money was given to the Pollution Control Board, and the Pollution Control Board and the Unilever sat in the same room and tried to decide what should be the standards. So no, there's not been any compensation given. What happened with the workers is what the Unilever calls a no-guilt settlement. So no compensation has been given. Environmental violations are offenses under the Indian law, and Unilever is guilty of multiple offenses in terms of its violation of the Hazardous Waste Authorization, in terms of violations of the Water Act and the Air Act. And for these violations, it ought to be facing multiple charges in a criminal court. In the last 21 years, not a single case has been filed by the Pollution Control Board or the state.
Thank you. Any other further question? Yeah? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for your contribution. I was wondering if there's any knowledge about if it's even technically possible to clean up the lead runoffs. Yeah, that's my question.
I'm not a very technically proficient person in terms of whether it's possible to clean up. If there are hotspots, I would imagine it would be possible to remove. There is really no cleaning up because it will have to go somewhere. But one would be able to remove it from a sensitive place and move it to a less sensitive place, with the hope that the less sensitive place is not defined as a place where poor people live. But for that to happen, first there needs to be a comprehensive study of what is where inside the wildlife sanctuary. My understanding and my imagination, my understanding and thinking on this matter is that this mercury has been lost to the environment and is probably not going to be recoverable. It will build up in the food chain and cause damage. The best that we can hope to do at this point is to identify hotspots and clean it up and monitor the rest of the biota for any kind of a built up and early warnings to see if there's anything that we can do to help. I mean, given that we've already taken on the job of playing God, we might as well try and do it well.
Any other question? Are there any further questions? Okay.
Hello, thank you so much for the information. I was wondering what kind of legal, how was it legally enabled, the Dutch government, to open the plant in the first place in India when it was rejected in America? I'm unsure how that happened. If it was deemed unsafe and unfit for a different environment, how was it approved for this particular place?
Thank you. The factory in a place called Watertown in New York. This was on the banks of a river, Black River, which emptied into Lake Ontario. And in the 1970s and early 80s, there was a clampdown on the discharge of persistent poisons. That's poisons that don't disappear and poisons that bioaccumulate in the environment. This clampdown was a result of finding high and dangerous levels of chemicals like mercury in fish and in human and in seals and walruses and polar bears. And so the governments of Canada and the US decided to clamp down on any sources of pollution. This made it extremely difficult to comply with the regulation without having to spend a lot of money. So the factory was shut down following the economic logic of tightening pollution legislation and moved to a less, a more kind of a laxer legal regime, which is India. And when it came to Kodaikanal, the company did not really reveal its full and true nature. It claimed that it was a glass manufacturing facility and set itself up inside a residential area and abutting a wildlife sanctuary. At that time, it was a reserve forest. If people had known, if they had declared that they have kind of been squeezed out of the American jurisdiction, that they are here handling an extremely toxic metal, things may have been different. In fact, because they did not disclose this, we had situation inside the factory where workers would play with mercury, where they would take it in their hands and throw it at each other because mercury was cool to feel. It looked really nice and shiny and looked like a plaything. So I think that a lot of damage has been done by the manner in which they withheld information.
Thank you for that, Nityanand. I have one very short question. Are you aware of other thermometer factories in other countries that are still operating? That was one. And secondly, the thermometers that were manufactured in Kodaikanal, were they mainly for Indian markets, South Asian markets, or global markets?
So the factory was moved from United States and set up in India under something called the 100% export-oriented unit scheme, which means the company moved a polluting factory into India, availing Government of India concessions. The factory's production was almost 100% for export markets in Spain, in the United States and other places. What the factory imported: mercury, imported glass, exported the thermometers, and left behind the waste.
Thank you.
As far as other thermometer factories in other parts of the country, I don't have a clear answer, but right now most thermometer factories, mercury thermometer factories, have been phased out and replaced by digital thermometers. I hope there aren't any still running in India or elsewhere.
Thank you. Thank you for that. That brings us to the end of our first witness's deposition and evidence today. I will now call upon the defendants who have been summoned. Summons have been issued to Ana Marieka de Haan, General Director of Unilever Benelux, Alan Jope, Chief Executive Officer of Unilever, and the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate. They have all been summoned. If you are present, or if any of the representatives of Unilever or the Dutch government are present, please come forward and give your defense testimony. Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for Unilever? Or the Dutch government, for that matter? Okay. If there is no one present, they have been summoned, I must remind you. If no one is present, I will now hand it over to the clerk of the court.
Thank you. I will now declare a recess of 20 minutes before we will be listening to the testimony of Faith Alubi. Welcome. Thank you for coming and being present in the court physically as a representative of the Kenya Land Alliance. We reconvene in 20 minutes. That means at 3 o'clock, 5 past 3. Thank you.
Because they have to travel all the way there.
Yeah, to get the connection. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I can do is I will answer them that it's not today anymore.
Exactly, and directly because if they keep on asking me questions, I know.
Yeah, that's my problem. I never use WhatsApp. That's the only thing he does. But I put it on my laptop.
Yeah, because he said like so.
No, I never do. Yeah. Okay, I'll do that now.
Right. Thank you. And Ah, okay. But at least you'll be there.
Yeah, until
Okay. Could I give you my old phone? You just get for me 2 or 3 shots in the evening. Okay. Yes. Okay. Please. It's memorable. Please. Please. Yeah. Yeah, I want. Yes, please, please. No, then me. Instead of immediately. It's okay. Okay. So I'll give you my email so that you can give me like 2 of the city and of the address so that my organization can also. Thank you so much. Yeah, like this 1 or 2. Yeah, like 1 or 2. Yeah, so that we can uplift back home. The communities are like, one, so we can't wait until they are released after months. So, yeah. Thank you. Looking forward to it. Yes. I need a pen. Oh, you're getting it. Oh, no, a pen. Thank you. this is het werk van Jonas. Wij moeten naar de... So, if we go to more,
Unilever?
Check, check. Test, 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 test. Oké. Ik ga nu tellen. 4, 5. Zit er een veet op? 1. 5, 6, 9, 13, 14. Zit er een veet op?
I'm sitting here.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, uit. 2, 3, 4. Test, test, 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test, audio check. Dat klopt gewoon.
The line is clear. Yeah.
Happy to see you. Yes, I mean we had like the kind of like shortest, most directly intimate conversation about family construction, so I will never be able to forget that.
It was very late.
You're the one who's doing this?
Together with Radha. Yeah. Oh, we made the process together. Radha is in the buffer. Yes. Yeah. Wow, that's amazing shoes.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Good. I just bumped into it. I was grocery shopping.
Hey, come on. Welcome back, everyone. The court is now back in session. Chairing Judge Radha D'Souza, Judges Sharon H. Ven, Razighan Maharaj, and Nicolas Hiltjaard are presiding.
You heard the evidence against Unilever from witnesses in India. We now move on to our second witness for the day. I now call upon the clerk of the court to read the charges against defendant number 2.
Defendants number 1, Unilever. Apologies. The second charge concerning Comrades past, present and future in the Kericho and Bomet regions of Kenya. Defendant 1, Unilever, jointly and severally with Defendant 2, the State of the Netherlands, is charged with committing crimes under Section 3 of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act in the Kericho and Bomet regions of Kenya by engaging in the following activities. It is alleged inter alia that 1. The State of the Netherlands allowed Unilever to double up as a British corporation in the late 19th century by recognizing multinational corporations as a single legal entity, even when they are located in 2 different political jurisdictions, with the sole purpose of benefiting from the British Empire. Second, as an ally of the United Kingdom, the State of the Netherlands colluded in confiscating land, everything beneath and above it, from the human and non-human residents of Kericho and Bomet, with the sole purpose of handing over the seized lands to Unilever in their capacity as a legal person recognized by the State of the Netherlands. 3. The colonial land leases given to Unilever ended in 2009. That Unilever was required by the Kenyan state to produce their land leases for verification, and that Unilever has failed to comply with the directions of the state of Kenya, and that the state of the Netherlands has taken no measures whatsoever to direct Unilever to comply with the directions of the state of Kenya. 4. Acting under corporate laws established by the State of the Netherlands, Unilever split itself into two legal entities, Unilever and Brook Bond, so as to avoid the directions of the State of Kenya for verification of land leases and the claims for restoration of the lands to the people of Kericho and Bomet, illegally seized by the United Kingdom during the colonial era. 5. The State of the Netherlands took no actions against the United Kingdom for failure of Unilever to return the lands confiscated by the United Kingdom's British Empire. 6. Unilever established tea plantations on the land confiscated from the people of Kericho and Bomet for the sole purpose of making profits from trading in tea around the world for the benefit of its shareholders and the State of the Netherlands. 7. Unilever introduced mechanization on the plantations, which has destroyed livelihood, ecology and health of humans and non-humans in Kericho and Bomet, with lasting impacts on future generations as defined in Section 2, Article 3 of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act. Unilever knowingly used Roundup, a deadly poisonous fertilizer that has caused extensive damage to the health and well-being of humans and non-humans of Kericho and Bomet. 9. Unilever used aerial spraying on the plantations established on confiscated land, which has resulted in permanent damage to the ecosystems of Kericho and Bomet. 10. Unilever continuously rationalized its management practices to deprive people of Kericho and Bomet of their livelihoods with the intention of making profits for its shareholders and the State of the Netherlands. These activities, if proved to be true, constitute intergenerational climate crimes against past, present and future generations of humans, non-humans, cultures and ecosystems in the Kericho and Bomet regions of Kenya under Section 3 of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act.
Thank you. I will now call upon the witness to give their evidence in support of these charges. We have with us today Faith Alube, who is Chief Executive Director of the organization Kenya Land Alliance, who is present here in person. On the request of the witness, we will first view a 15-minute evidentiary video before she addresses this court directly. We also acknowledge the contributions of Ogina Hilary K. Odne of the Kenya Land Alliance. Over to you, Faith.
Head or I steward an organization called Kenya Land Alliance, who supports communities in Kericho and Bomet, communities that were violently evicted during the colonial period to pave way for the installation of a Unilever plantation to make money. And since 1902, Unilever has been in those counties. Maybe we can play the video before I continue with my submissions. Thank you very much.
Unilever is one of the multinational companies in Kericho and Bomet. In fact, Unilever's leases expired in 2009, the colonial leases, and they seem to have been renewed irregularly. The National Land Commission had recommended that these leases be renewed in consultation with the county governments. But at the moment, these multinationals do not even want to produce their leases for verification. despite the governor of Kericho having inquired for them. The leases were given to Brookbond, which is a separate legal entity, but somehow it mutated to Unilever, which is a separate legal entity. So you'll find like Unilever is operating a lease that belongs to a different legal entity.
I'm a farmer doing some small businesses and assisting people in day-to-day life, especially our children now. They are going to university, no scholarship, no work, no nothing. That is why we are being forced to see to it that we get back our land.
Wazazi wangu walisaliwa hapa, sasa hata mimi sasa nikasaliwa hapa, ambapo sasa tumekuja tumesoma tukafika form 4. Kidogo kidogo tulikuwa tunaajiriwa kazi hapa Unilever. Ulikuwa unaajiriwa, unafanya kazi 6 months, unasimamishwa. Unakaa karibu 1 month, tena unarudi unafanya kazi. Sasa ikafika time nimekuja nimenunua pikipiki, ambapo hii kazi ilikuwa ni muhimu sana na ilikuwa nalisha watoto wangu. Alafu ilikanga mzuri, alafu ikafika 2018, sasa kazi sasa ikakuja chini.
Historical land injustices. It is rampant in Kipsigis land, especially Kericho and Bomet, because of the colonial. They come and occupy our land forcefully, no transaction. They use force to evict the original people, and there is no benefit since then up to now. Our forefathers, our fathers, likewise to me, we are slaves kwa hii shamba ya wazungu ambaye walitunyang'anya. Hatukukuwa tumeongea.
The land security of these communities, the changing land tenure regimes, specifically around the areas of Unilever that spans across about 4 counties living in these areas, are still outstanding issues. And we have been made aware that the activities of the company are having adverse impacts on the environment and indeed overall on issues that pertain to climate change.
Kwa Unilever hapo awali nilikuwa nikifanya kazi pale. Kabla hii makanis kuja ama matinga kuingia, tulikuwa tukifanya kazi vyema sana. Tulikuwa tukiachiriwa every month watu not less than 300. Lakini tangu hizo machine sikuje, hiyo kazi imechukuliwa na machine na inafanywa kwa siku moja.
Sasa ikakuja ika-affect ikasi yetu sasa za bodaboda juu. Hapo mbeleni watu walikuwa wanapokea, unapeleka Ngaina Road, unarudisha, unashika kutoka hapo unapeleka Jangoi, unashika hapo unapeleka Kapset. Na watu wa matuka hapa sasa walikuwa na benefit, watu wa wholesale walikuwa wanatuma twende Kericho. Sasa wakiona sasa mshahara inaingia. Sasa ikafika time sasa saa hii hakuna ni flat, hata saa hii nimeandika 30 bob tangu asubuhi. Sasa hiyo ikagua changamoto sasa kwa hii kazi yetu. Na si changamoto kwa hii kazi yetu ya bodaboda peke yake.
Mambo ya pesa hazipo, ina affect kila mtu. Kwa sababu unakuta pengine kwa kampuni moja kama ya Unilever ina my estate karibu 25. Zilikuwa na managers hapo awali 25. Lakini kwa hivi sasa manager mmoja anachukua eneo ya estate 5. Kwa hivyo hao watu wengine wameenda nyumbani. Na wafanyikazi pia wamepungua. Saizi ni machine. Sasa unaona pesa circulation hazipo katika hii sehemu yetu. Pili, hapo awali kwa sababu mambo ya employment ilikuwa juu, watu wameajiriwa, pesa zinakuwa nyingi kwa mifuko na iko kwa circulation. Lakini kwa hivi sasa hizo pesa zimeenda kwa mfuko mmoja, hiyo ni kwa ubinafsi wa kampuni.
Hata mimi niko na watoto ambapo hapo mbeleni walikuwa wanasoma Shine Academy, mwingine alikuwa anasoma Ebenezer Academy. Fees haikuwa shida kwangu, juu nilikuwa natoka asubuhi na pepa watu wanaenda kazi. Saa 10 mimi naendea hao. Sasa ambapo saa hii hawa watu sasa hawako kwa kazini. Sasa ikanilazimisha sasa nimetoka kutoka private school wakakuja wakaenda public school.
The perception here now is that there's a disconnect that is there before. Remember, my father used to work in Unilever a long time ago. He was a plumber. It was called that time Congo Kenya Limited. Now, with the advent of technology and security issues, most locals now cannot access the estate, even the operators, to go and relax. So that has brought disconnect because people no longer feel like they're part of this community because there are restrictions to access the beautiful scene in the Unilever section. We've seen they are using also private security companies who are more stricter than before. So the community feels they have not been impressed like before. there was freedom initially, but nowadays there's more like Unilever looks like they are putting a wall, some kind of a barrier with the locals. So locals don't feel a sense of belonging of this Unilever company anymore because of those issues. If that can be addressed moving forward, the community will feel like Unilever is part of us.
Ukiangalia mambo ya climate change, kwa sababu tunaenda mambo ya machine, si sana watu watashughulika na kuangalia mambo ya mazingira. Mechanization ni kupata profit ya hali ya juu na uwezi ukaangalia huyu jirani vile anaishi. Kwa hivyo utaona ya kwamba mazingira ama climate itakuwa affected in one way or another, because hakuna watu sasa wanaangalia tutapanda miti hapa tafanya nini. Hiyo kazi itazimwa kwa sababu mtu anataka kufanya nini? Kufanya hiyo kazi yake ya kupata profit. Kuna hii dawa wanatumia kwa kuchoma hiyo Roundup kadhalika, hiyo inaleta shida. Hata ndio unaona hii sehemu yetu ina mambo ya kansa kwa hali ya juu.
Kwa hiyo mambo ya kuiweka mbolea kwa majani chai na hizo zingine, kuna zingine inasprayiwa, imetu affect sana, kwa sababu ndege inamwaga kutoka angani. So ikimwagwa kutoka angani, huwa upepo pia inasukuma kuenda kwa maji, ambayo maji tunatumia kunywa. Maji ninapooga huko, unapata za zingine, unapata ukioga ngozi hairudi normal vile ulikuwa. Ukienda kukunywa, huwa unapata shida ya tumbo, mara tumbo kunguruma kwa sababu ya mbolea yenye imemwagwa kwa maji na chemicals.
Area kama hii, wakati vijana walikosa ajira, mambo ya uhalifu imeongezeka. Na hasa wakati wa usiku tunaona kuna changamoto hata kwa usafiri wetu ya pande hii.
Kwa hizo machines yenye zimeingia sasa hii, watu wamelalamika wakisema wananyanyaswa sana. Kazi ambayo walikuwa wakifanya wamenyang'anywa, na kusema pia bei ambayo wanachunia hiyo chai kwa sasa hii ya makazi iko chini sana. Hasara ambayo imeingia kwa sasa hii, vijana wetu hawaachiliwi kazi tena. Mimi kama mama, pengine ningekuwa nikamua maziwa nikipeleka huko ninapata riziki ya siku. Sasa hii hakuna.
Hapo sasa ime affect biashara yetu. Na hatujui sasa mbele, unajua sasa sisi ni vijana. Sasa hii niko na 30 years, niko na watoto wawili. Hao watoto wakigrow watakuja wanaenda wapi? Juu hakuna makazi sasa hii hapa. Kitambo ifike 50 years, hao watoto wangu nitakuwa nitalisha na nini?
Njia ya kwenda mbele hii kampuni wangefanya kwanza kile wanaita public participation kwa kile wanataka kufanya, kwa sababu sisi ni majirani, na tusisahau ya kwamba haya mashamba ni yetu na yatabaki kuwa yetu. Kwa hivyo ili tupate mwelekeo ya kwenda mbele, nafikiri kwa hivi sasa, kwa sababu hawakutujulisha ya kwamba wanaleta machine, nafikiri njia moja ni hawakupatiwa notice, na hata tumesema katika hiki kijiji chetu ya kwamba tumewapa notice ya siku 14 watoe hizo machine ili ndio tuanze pamoja.
Kulingana na mafikirio yangu kama mkaachi wa area hii ya Bomet na Kericho, ingekuwa mzuri tinga itolewe kwa majani chai wakati hii tinga ilipoletwe, sisi tungebidi tutoe response kama jamii, hata hatukuchulishwa. Lakini wakati imekesha kwenye mashamba hizi tumeona madhara na inabidi itolewe haraka iwezekanavyo.
Kulingana na mababu zetu, walikuwa wakiishi kwa hizo mashamba ya wasungu saa hii, na walifuruswa wakifukuzwa na wasungu wakapanda chai. So hatujui vile kama walinunua ama kama ni contract, mbona hii contract iishi. Hizi machines siende, turudi tufanye kazi vile tulikuwa tukifanya awali, ama waturudishie mashamba yetu, kwa sababu mashamba ni yetu ya Wakalenjin na hatupate faida kwa hiyo mashamba sasa.
We are calling upon the government of Kenya and the government of London to see to it that they have to get rid of harvesting machines. Let people work manually when they are harvesting tea. If nothing is going to happen, we are going to use force to see to it that we get rid of these machines. It is better for me to die than to live and see poverty, impoverished, brought by colonial people.
The county government has done, I think, substantial something through what the government initiated. What I do not agree with the government here is that they have not been able to engage Unilever directly over the issue because the Kenyan constitution calls for dialogue and public participation. And as far as I'm concerned, it was not done thoroughly. Number two is that the Unilever company has also not been able to become forthright and address this issue, or even give a report to the locals here, because the people who are supposed to be compensated are people who live here in Kericho, and they're here. So Unilever ought to have done something beyond a press statement that they have issued before. They should be able to enumerate and give details on their part and convene a meeting with the locals of Kericho and be able to demonstrate what they have done or to remove the blame from themselves. Lastly, the national government, the lands ministry, has also been a lame duck in my own view. They have not been able to bring all the stakeholders, because in this case I would expect the national government to bring on board Unilever, the county government and all the stakeholders on a platform and address this issue from an informed perspective.
Kenya Land Alliance is an organization that brings together non-state actors that work on land. Land is defined under Article 260 of our Constitution, where we define land as what is beneath the surface. Land is what is on the surface that we walk on, and land is what is in the air, like renewable energy, like wind power, solar. That is land. And that is also natural resources. Article 60 to Article 70 of our Constitution just talk about land justice in Kenya and the environment. And then we have the human rights angle of the whole discussion should not be ignored. We should not put barriers like time limitation or the issue of jurisdiction or the issue of the constitutional amendments that the British handed the Kenyan government over to Kenyans in 1964. Thus, they are not responsible, or their liability does not fall with the British government when you're talking about remedy and the communities that are around Unilever. Those are not some of the bottlenecks that should be even brought up, because these communities suffered injustices. They still suffer injustice. And the injustice that they suffered during the colonial era still affects them to date. Those are some of the issues that should be addressed. Land justice should not be a far-fetched idea for these communities that were violently discriminated against. They were ill-treated and evicted in a cruel manner when they did not know the value of their land to the colonial administrator. The way forward. Inclusion of communities in policy-making processes is very important, so that communities can own the discussion. Dissemination of correct information, because Kenya, we have several policy frameworks. We have the Constitution, Article 35, that talks about rights to information, and we have a subsequent enabling law, Access to Information Act 2016, that provides that public information should be availed to communities so that they can be part of the process. Government institutions, duty bearers in this context, should be able to support communities to understand the discourse. But when the communities are always receiving the short end of the stick, we cannot expect them not to be disgruntled. So the issue of the communities that live around Unilever can also be addressed with the setup of multi-stakeholder forums, because a multi-stakeholder forum then would bring together all the actors, and everybody would be able to ask questions in a timely manner and receive good responses that would then satisfy the community, and the company can be able to work. There's need for justice for these communities. That is something that the national government cannot run away from. That is something that the British government cannot run away from. It should be addressed. It's timely for that question to be addressed. How do we ensure that these communities access justice? Collaboratively, it will be easy for us to support these communities to get land justice. Collaboratively in this instance means the investor, who is in Unilever, who is gaining crazy profits from the land that these communities feel dispossessed, the government of Kenya, the county government, and non-state actors like Kenya Land Alliance. We should work together, support the communities to be able to realize justice.
Thank you very much. As the video has introduced the subject matter, I'd just like to point out the various brands of tea that Unilever produces. If you see on the supermarket shelves, the brand Lipton's, PG Tips, and Pure Leaf, those are brands of Unilever. Unilever is making money out of the sweat, the blood of the generation of Kenyan workers that have never had an opportunity
to negotiate on equal footing with Unilever. Unilever is a colonial era company that was given land and was a beneficiary of a government policy called the Land Alienation Policy. And just to give you a glimpse of the history, so that you know Unilever is a small government unto itself, the Land Alienation Policy was a sterile term used by the British during the colonial era. And as the prosecutor pointed out earlier before, the government of Britain and the government of Netherlands colluded to make money out of the Kenyan soil through policies and through technical processes that lay people back in Kericho and Bomet cannot understand. So these white settlers developed a law they called the Land Acquisition Act of 1894, which gave settlers like Unilever land for at least 21 years. As if that was not enough, they enacted another law which they called the Crown Lands Ordinance Law in 1902, which provided such companies with 99-year leases. As if that was not enough, there was another law that was passed in 1915 that provided such companies with 1,000-year leases. So as we speak, these leases expired in 2009. The National Land Commission, as has been mentioned, which is a government body, ruled that those leases should be made public. Unilever, as a small government as it is, has breached that ruling, and nothing has been done to it. And the Dutch state should be able to comply with what it stands for. It stands for the rule of law. It stands for transparency and accountability. It stands for respect to the people of Kericho and Bomet. It should compel Unilever to comply with the ruling from the government agency. This case was presented by the county of Kericho to the Special Rapporteur, United Nations Special Rapporteur on promotion of truth, justice, reparation, and guarantee of non-repetition in Geneva. And the ruling that resulted from that process also addressed the government of the UK, British government, and the Dutch government. And there was no response. So in 2015, as late as 2015, the Dutch government has been addressed by legal processes, and yet there is still a breach as late as 2015. When you're talking about historical land injustices that has been mentioned there, the people of Kericho and Bomet are still displaced. 200,000 hectares of their land was given to Unilever back in 1902. Up to 2021, they derive no benefit from that land. There is no form of social legitimacy. There is no form of community benefit sharing from their land. There is no form of CSR that Unilever can actually say that we make this amount of money, so we'd like to invest back to the community. Just to give you a rough idea, 40 kilograms of hand-picked tea, 40 kilograms of hand-picked tea. Such a person who hand-picks that tea is paid $9,800 per week. That's not even $100 per week. It's less than $100. So in essence, this worker, especially women, wake up, go work in the Unilever plantations, and are paid less than $100 per week. As we speak, there's militarization of the Unilever plantations. You've heard that the private security are harsh. That is militarization. Their security determine who passes and who goes where, thus closing the access roads. That's a control mechanism of the locals. That was also the system that was used by apartheid in South Africa. So as we speak, these local private security that are not even trained well, they are given only one order: control the natives. Yes, in 2021 we're being still called the natives. The violence that one of the speakers spoken about, that is the frustrated voice of community members who feel that their
people, their ancestors, were forcefully evicted from their lands and territories and displaced and taken like maybe 800 miles away in order for the alienated land to be given to an investor. In 1902 and in 2021, this investor is still determining how they'll run their lives. That is more than a century later. As we speak, the issue of access to information is still very rife. The county government of Kericho has attempted to go to court, but the national level mechanisms have failed. Unilever breaches them, blatantly breaches these processes, national processes, and the rule of law. And the Dutch government is aware. Why isn't the Dutch government holding Unilever accountable? Why isn't the Dutch government pointing out and calling them out and asking them why are they making money through unfair trade practices? The issue of environmental justice that have been pointed out by one of the speakers. Generations will be affected by that act. We do not have capacity to assess the effect of such injustices on the coming generation. But for sure, those chemicals that are being washed into their lands, those chemicals that they are breathing, those chemicals that they are eating in their food will affect them for a very long time to come. Do we have capacity to assess the impact? No. Is the government willing to do it? No mention of that. Why can't the Dutch government spearhead that and say one of our companies that is operating in this poor location is causing harm? Why don't we find out the human cost of their operations? As I conclude, employment issues. These workers that work in these plantations live in colonial era 10 by 10 huts. 10 by 10 huts. Let me repeat that. So if you're living in a 10 by 10 hut in 2021, you have a family, your forefathers lived in those huts. So it's being inherited from generation to generation. So this issue of them advocating for transparency and accountability at this level, with macro level documents that speak macro level language. And these people in these communities do not even understand those technical processes that Unilever is putting on their website. How are these people supposed to demand for justice from such a big giant that is very organized, rich, with deep pockets? Is it fair? Is it fair for communities to confront such a giant without the Dutch government playing a role? As I conclude, is it important for communities to be included in government, in development processes that are happening in their locality? If it is important, then the Dutch government should insist on inclusion and public participation. It is in our laws, but it is clear that national level laws are not functional for such a big corporation. It is breaching, blatantly breaching. Inclusion is important, and the Dutch government should insist on that as a bare minimum, that people who are affected by a policy, people who are affected by an installation should have a say. Social legitimacy is an irreducible minimum. They say that that community might not survive without that investment. It's a lie. Were they dying before Unilever set up the tea plantations in Kericho and Bomet? Were they dying? Were they starving? Why would Unilever cause such harm and the Dutch government just keeps quiet and watches? Where is the need for human rights? Why should we advocate for human rights in certain spaces and not in certain spaces? Are there people who are qualified to be considered and some are not considered? Because anyway, they were forcefully evicted during colonial era and you're making money, and so what are we talking about? Lastly, the issue of licensing of Unilever products when they're exported abroad. They're making money. Institutions like the ETI are licensing their produce. Where is their corporate fiduciary duty for such institutions that license such products? They should not be part of the blood and sweat and toil and tears of generations of the Kenyan workers in Kericho and Bomet. Thank you very much for hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement, Faith, and thank you for the very detailed comments that you made on the film and the reality in Kericho and Bomet. I will now ask Nicholas Hildyard, Sharon Wen, Resigan, do you have any questions? Yeah, Resigan?
So thank you very much. Oops, sorry. You see, the machines trouble us all the time. Thank you very much, Faith, for that presentation, also for sharing the details that you did. There's something that you mentioned in your initial comments and that were carried through in the presentation, and it's this idea of given land. You know, the verb there is the given part. So I want to, if you don't mind, just focus a little bit on that. Yeah? Kenya's achieved independence in '63, became a republic in '64, and I remember a slogan that was chanted, "Not yet Uhuru." For the people of Kenya, and the people of Africa as a whole, when is freedom? Because if things are being given, there's an assumption that those giving have the power to give it. And so I want to question as well, because you mentioned various laws that spread over a century, now more than a century. And how is it that those laws that were shaped not for the advancement of Africa continue to be enforced now by Africans, by ourselves? Is there something that we need to account for? Very much as you referred to the responsibility of the Dutch government in managing and policing its institutions. But there's a strong sense as well that our own national governments from Africa have a responsibility to act on behalf of African people and not the profit-seeking activities that you refer to. So if you would share with us just a little bit about this, the various laws passed since 1964, by whom and for whom? Because none of the historically unjust laws seem to have been removed. These are odious laws that continue. And is it not time that those were ended? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your questions. Just like to say that when I use the term given, they were given because the locals, or what they were called the natives, were forced into reserves, and these reserves were controlled environments which the colonial administration made sure they are there by introducing tax, hard tax, so that someone had to work in order to pay tax, and the only available place to work were the plantations. So they violently, arbitrarily evicted communities, almost 100,000 communities. In fact, there is a massacre called the CICC massacre of 1905, which no one has ever been compensated for. No, it's never even been mentioned. There's like a systematic or deliberate effort to suppress that piece of history, that people were massacred in order to pave way for the installation of such a multinational. So this land was given to Unilever. The native was weak. The native was not even in a position to negotiate and understand the economic side of their land. The local communities could not negotiate. So it was not a negotiation. It was not a trade agreement, as they want to hide behind being a legal identity and hide behind bilateral agreements. Bilateral agreements by whom, for whom, how? If they want us to understand the bilateral agreements, then let's go back to 1902, the educators, so that we can negotiate on the same level. That didn't happen, and it's not happening, as late as 2009, as late as 2015. The issue of freedom and liberty. Since 1922 in my country, Kenya, we have been agitating. They were liberation movements that started in 1920, led by people like Hari Duku, who were part of the LEGCO, groups like the Mau Mau, groups like the Koitalela Rap Samui groups, Mekatilili Waminze. Those groups went to the bush to fight for two things, land and freedom. But if you look at 2021, when someone is being subjected to what Unilever is subjecting the people of Kericho and Bomet, you start asking yourself, do they have land? No. Do they have freedom? If Unilever determines the employment terms, determines when they can move, determines the money in their pockets, determines what happens to their land and territories, determines which school their children go to, is there liberty? Is there freedom? No. So for some Kenyans, like in those two counties, it's not yet Uhuru. Uhuru is freedom in Swahili. Then these laws that we have, very beautiful pieces of legislation, but enforcement is still a challenge. Enforcement is still a challenge because, number one, there's the issue of multiplicity of laws. So many laws affecting one issue. Lay people cannot read across the laws to demand their entitlements. There's the issue of these laws being guided by colonial legacies, because the big brothers are still in Kenya. The big brothers are still in Kenya. When I say big brothers, I say the colonial administrators still influence the way we look at our country, the way we implement our laws, the way our political issues are handled. They are still there. And it's a shame that they advocate for this, you know, these high principles and, you know, in their spaces. But what about the spaces that they can influence and cause a difference? So we have laws, but enforcement is being challenged by high illiteracy among us, the lay people, awareness, lack of awareness of the right holders to demand from the duty bearers, and poor enforcement. Yes, thank you.
Was there any other question from here?
Thank you, Faith, for that very moving testimony, and also for your comrades for the film. I had one question. You mentioned that there were obstacles to being able to achieve justice in this legal in the legal forums, which may be different from justice in a wider moral sense. And one of these was limitations on time, and the other was issues of jurisdiction. And I wondered whether you could just flesh that out a bit and just give some examples about how the law has been framed in a way that actually denies you justice.
Thank you very much for your question. Thank you very much. In terms of limitation, when we wrote to the British administration, they indicated that in 1964 they handed over the country to the new administration. Through the constitutional amendment of 1964, then the Kenyan administration took over the assets and liabilities, which is not true, because those companies still enjoy leases that were given in the 1920s. So you can't make money off land, but when it comes to the issue of limitation, you want to point out that you already left the country and you're still plundering that country. So the issue of limitation cannot apply. Then the land alienation is a form of cleansing. It's genocide. It's a crime against humanity. It cannot be limited by time. So we cannot talk about time lapse. The issue of jurisdiction, even if they handed over the state to the current administration, it was a colonial policy to alienate land and accommodate these multinationals like Unilever. So why is it that when it comes to money, it hides behind being a legal entity? We were given land legally. We operate legally. But when we demand for accountability in terms of jurisdiction, they start hiding behind the fact that, we do not have jurisdiction. It was a colonial era legacy. So as we speak, we say that they have jurisdiction, the British and the Dutch government. Limitation of time cannot apply to crimes against humanity, which they are doing to the people of Kericho and Bomet.
Thank you, Faith. I have one very short clarification to ask you arising from the film. I think there was mention of use of Roundup, which is a pesticide, and aerial spraying of Roundup, which has destroyed large areas and affected people's health. Roundup was recently sued in the US and found to be guilty of using poisonous substance, etc. I'm wondering, following the US litigation against Roundup, is there any move in Kericho or Bomet to try and get Unilever to stop the practice of using Roundup?
Thank you very much for your question. Kenya Land Alliance has linked up together with other actors in Britain and in the US to try and hold Unilever accountable. We are in the process of doing that. And as you heard the lady mention, even them, they do not understand the generational effect of using such a poisonous pesticide. So we are hoping that the actions, joint actions that we are engaged in as Kenya Land Alliance would be able, and the community representatives will be able to bear fruits. We have done 2 demonstrations. We did one in UK in front of the Unilever headquarters, which I can disappointingly say, in front of the headquarters, you find pictures of naked Africans, and they call that artwork. And then the second demonstration was in the plantations where Unilever has plantations. So we hope that the collaborative efforts that we are having with our partners at regional and international level would be able then to bring that out and link our struggles. Yes.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the jury? Yes.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I was wondering, in your testimony, your verbal testimony, it seems very clear that you would like Unilever to leave the lands and to return them to the people in the localities. But in the video testimony, it seemed there was some dispute about that, in the sense that some of the people speaking wanted to just have Unilever remove the machines, the mechanization of their operations, and then return to the old situation, and some of them want them to leave Unilever altogether. So as a jury member, I was wondering, if we decide Unilever to be guilty, it will be dissolved according to the act of the act that was introduced at the beginning of these proceedings. So I was wondering, would that do justice to what the people of the locality who work together with Unilever now want?
Thank you very much for your question. I'd like you to imagine what the communities are going through. Ever since they were born, it's Unilever that gives them employment. It's Unilever that gives them money for them to take their children to school. It's like Unilever has become like the center of their lives. So some of them feel if they remove the machines and they go back to the terms that they had before the machines, their life would be okay. But will they be okay? Their lives wouldn't be okay. We are saying even if they are investing in Kericho, they should adhere to the laws that they propagate. They should have public participation so that the communities can engage with the processes that they are putting in place. We are saying that the community should determine if they want that investment or that installation in their community land. The fact that their leases are over, they should go back to the community to get social legitimacy.
So either way, the community should have a say. Community-led efforts should be the vital, the sun around this conversation. But when they are not engaged in their own language, in their own spaces, there's bound to be issues. There's bound to be contradictions, because even them, they've been trained and their attitudes not to see beyond Unilever, which is wrong. They should be given a voice.
My question is for you. What are your thoughts on having to do the proceedings in a historically European environment?
This is the best environment because it is important for the people, for the Dutch people, to understand what some of the corporations that represent the Dutch are doing in third world countries like Kenya. We are seeking solidarity with the Dutch people for them to hold their government accountable. You should hold your government accountable. We believe that you have a say here because what they stand for is better represented here. People in Kericho and Bomet do not have a say as compared to the citizens who can hold their government accountable here. We are seeking solidarity. We are seeking your voices to induct the Dutch government over their commission and omission. They ignore the injustices that the people of Kericho and Bomet go through, yet they have the power to control that and stop it.
Oh, yeah, there, yes.
Thank you. I have a very simple question, actually. So a lease, actually, normally that's a transaction. What is the return that they give, Unilever?
Nothing. You've heard in the video that there is no CSR, there is no community benefit sharing mechanism. So in essence, they exist because they were given a lease in 1902. So in the video, you've not seen us point out there is a school or a road or hospital built by Unilever to benefit locals, or there is a community benefit sharing where we are saying you make 10 shillings, then let a 50 cent go back to the community and maybe develop their skill. As you've seen, most of the communities are unskilled laborers. So there is no even skill transfer. Not that we can point out.
There, behind you.
This is just a comment and maybe a thought. I was just wondering if there's any use in bringing in legal mechanisms such as the transboundary agreements that could come from other country governments to also bring these corporations to account as well, to put on more pressure as well.
Yes, it's quite important. That's why we are partnering with other organizations at regional and international level, and it's ongoing. We are hoping that those efforts will bear fruits, and the people of Kericho and Bomet would access some remedy.
Hello, thank you. You mentioned that the tea from these plantations also supplies PG Tips and other brands through Unilever. And I was just wondering, how much control do these smaller brands have over their sources as legal entities in their own right? And how much agency do they have over their source? Or are they even aware of this?
Those brands that I mentioned are Unilever brands. So it is their produce. But we partake of them maybe without knowledge that these brands are being produced through unfair trade practices. So Unilever has the power to change their policies and to practice, not only change, practice the policies that they
they stand for in their websites where communities cannot really access and understand. So it is their brands. That's why we are saying the licensing body, ETI, should also follow up and find out what are the unfair practices that are being put in place by Unilever as they seek to make money and plunder the counties of Kericho and Bomet without fair and inclusivity of the locals. Are the locals informed how much money is being made by Unilever abroad through their brands? They are not informed and they don't benefit. Yeah.
Faith, if I may ask a question here, which I think follows from one of the questions from the jury here about the land leases. You mentioned that these leases were given in 1902 and that they have continued. I mean, I was wondering if you could explain a little bit on the terms of the lease. Were these what in English law we call leases in perpetuity? So a lease is given for a very long time. Were these like one of those 999-year leases? Or were these, what kind of leases were these leases that were given to the company? And what happened to those leases after independence in 1964? So if you can just highlight, because that's a very central issue in these proceedings.
The details of the leases are not public information. And accessing those leases, you cannot even know where to start. The government itself put in place a task force to investigate those leases, and we've never seen that report. It tells you of the corporate impunity that is going on in that sector. We do not have details of those leases. We know that the legal transaction between the government and Unilever is a lease, but we don't have details. And the fact that Unilever leases expired in 2009 and the National Land Commission, a government agency, ruled that that land should revert back to community, and it has not still happened, points to just blatant breach of the law. How is that possible? It's being abetted by governments like the British government, the Kenyan government, the Dutch government, because there is a breach. So we do not have details of those leases. What we know, if a lease runs from 1902 to 2009 to 2009, that is almost 1,000 years. So we have no details. It is not public information.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answers, Faith. And I will once again now ask if there is anyone representing Unilever, anyone representing the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate, or anyone else in the audience who wishes to present a point of view that might be in defense of these two defendants. Okay, did you want to say something? No? Anyone? No? Okay, all right. In that case, I will just hand over to you.
Me, clerk of the court. I will now declare that the court is in recess for 20 minutes before we will listen to our final witness, and you, members of the public jury, will be asked for your vote on the final verdicts. We will reconvene at 4:25.
Als je het dan werkt, dan kun je ook even ja, dat ken ik dus ook wel hoor. Maar kijk of je dan nog even begint, zo leuk om even uit te leggen. Ja.
alors. Oui, ça marche. Oui, je vous attends. Ok. Ok. C'est mieux d'utiliser le téléphone alors. Pour moi aussi, c'est mieux. C'est bon. Ok. Allô, allô, allô. C'est bon? Allô, qu'est-ce? Oui. Allô, allô. C'est bon. Allô. Oui, moi, je me capte bien. Hein. Ouais. Là, je mets les écouteurs, ça marche? Allô? Avec les écouteurs, ça marche? Allô? Et est-ce que ça... Je suis là. Mais j'attends le code de ce que je dis. Hein. Je peux commencer. Allô? 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 Allô?
Alors, je disais que
better. Welcome back, everyone. Court is now back in session. Chairing Judge Radha D'Souza, Judges Sharon H. Ven, Rasiran Maharaj, and Nicholas Hildyard are presiding.
We now move on to the third witness for today, and the third witness is Jean-Francois, and he is from the Democratic Republic of Congo, from the regions of Lokutu, Yalingba and Boteka regions, and he will be the third witness to present on Unilever. We will first watch a video, and unfortunately I am informed that due to connectivity issues, and this also tells you something about the global village that we are supposed to be living in, that we can't assume that internet connections everywhere in the world are the same. And I am informed that because of connectivity issues, we may not be able to connect with him for direct question and answer. But we will see how that goes. If the connection is reset, we might be able to bring him back. But otherwise, we will watch the video. And if you have questions arising from the video, we will request some of the members of jury here who may be knowledgeable, or the judges who may be knowledgeable about the subject, to make a contribution. Thank you. I'll now call upon the clerk of the court to read the charges.
In your charge sheet, the small black booklets, we are turning to the third charge concerning Comrades, past, present and future, in the Lokutu, Yalingba and Boteka regions of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Defendant number 1, Unilever, jointly and severally with defendant number 2, the State of the Netherlands, is charged with committing crimes under Section 3 of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act in Lokutu, Yalingba and Boteka regions of the Democratic Republic of Congo by engaging in the following activities. It is alleged inter alia that 1. Unilever expropriated land and established large plantations for palm oil, cocoa and coffee production by making false representations to the previous generations of communities in the Lokutu, Yalingba and Boteka regions that they and their future generations would benefit from the plantations, knowing that the representations were false. 2. That Unilever occupied the lands granted to it after the State of Belgium colonized Lokutu, Yalingba and Boteka regions and confiscated the lands from human and non-human communities who resided in those regions. 3. That in order to establish palm oil, cocoa and coffee plantations on the colonized and confiscated lands, Unilever denuded and destroyed forests that were home to the okapi, known locally as the Mindonga, and other species native to the region that became extinct due to the loss of their homelands. 4. That Unilever appropriated the labors of the communities of Lokutu, Yalingba and Boteka, forcing them to work under slave-like conditions, denying them decent lives and livelihoods. 5. That Unilever funded and raised private security guards and corrupted the state of Congo's national police and army through bribery and inducements to threaten, intimidate, terrorize and kill the communities in Lokutu, Yalingba and Boteka regions who claimed the return of the lands of their ancestors that was wrongly expropriated by the state of Belgium and Unilever. 6. That Unilever induced and enticed the ambassador of Congo to the United Kingdom to exterminate opponents of Unilever in the Democratic Republic of Congo and to acquiesce its demands to nominate another corporate person, namely Veronia, as heir to its plantations with a view to escaping responsibilities to past, present and future human and non-humans in the Lokutu, Yalingba and Boteka regions for intergenerational crimes. Unilever adopted 7. Unilever adopted deceitful tactics to defeat the claims for lands, waters, forests and labors by the people of Lokutu, Yalingba and Boteka by nominally selling the plantations to Veronia in 2009 while maintaining its authority and control over the plantations and benefiting from it. 8. Defendant 2, the State of the Netherlands, established the Financieringsmaatschappij voor Ontwikkelingslanden, the Entrepreneurial Development Bank of FMO, as a public-private partnered international financial institution to manage the monies and funds for the State of the Netherlands so as to encourage, support and advance Unilever's expropriation of natures and appropriation of labors in the Lokutu, Yalingba and Boteka regions, thereby enabling, aiding and abetting Unilever's intergenerational climate crimes against humans and non-humans under Section 3 of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act. These activities, if proven to be true, constitute intergenerational climate crimes against past, present and future generations of humans, non-humans, cultures and ecosystems in the Lokutu, Yalingba and Boteka regions of the Democratic Republic of Congo under Section 3 of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act.
Thank you. We will now watch the video, and we will also hope that by the time we finish watching the videos, the connectivity is re-established. Thank you.
Alors, je disais que la première occupation, c'était une occupation forfaitaire. Unilever n'a pas demandé, il est venu sur base de fausses promesses. Il a promis à nos aïeux, à nos parents, nos arrière-grands-parents, s'il vient, il arrive, par exemple à Lokutu ou à Boteka. Il est arrivé à Boulondo et Linga pour dire au chef qui était là-bas que non, moi je suis venu avec vos palmerins ici, je viens pour qu'on puisse, avec les palmiers, je peux fabriquer suffisamment abondamment de l'huile. Cette huile sera vendue en Europe ou ailleurs sur 3 hectares. La quantité de 2 hectares, donc la quantité d'1 hectare, ce sera pour mon bénéfice. Quantité d'1 hectare, ce sera pour votre bénéfice en tant que propriétaire, les propriétaires terriens, les ayants droit. Et l'autre quantité sera pour les salaires des travailleurs, tout ça, la manutention, les transports, jusqu'au lieu de vente. Mais aujourd'hui, c'était juste sur base de ces simples, de toutes ces promesses-là, il a commencé à utiliser nos palmerins. Et il n'est jamais revenu avec un quelconque bénéfice pour donner aux ayants droit. C'était des promesses, c'était à l'époque coloniale et les nègres n'avaient rien à dire. Les colonisés donc n'avaient rien à dire face aux blancs. C'est juste ça. Finalement, c'est le groupe qui s'est créé, le groupe Unilever. Alors, il est venu comme ça. Finalement, ils ont trouvé que non, c'était bénéfique et ils pouvaient transformer des palmerins à leur plantation. C'est à partir de ce moment qu'ils ont commencé à planter. Donc, il y avait les palmiers, les cacao, il y avait des hectares de café, des EVA. Petit à petit, ils ont occupé totalement tous les espaces vitaux. En tout cas, il n'y avait plus moyen de faire l'agriculture chez nous. Tout le monde était appelé à travailler là-bas. Après cela, donc, depuis qu'ils ont commencé à créer ces histoires, par exemple à Mindonga, la triste histoire, Mindonga, c'est-à-dire les okapis. Quand ils sont arrivés à Yaligimba, ils ont trouvé, c'était une forêt pleine d'okapis. Donc les okapis, parmi les espaces rares et donc réputés, tout ça aujourd'hui, il y a les okapis, on parle des okapis partout, ça fait partie de la fierté congolaise. Mais l'origine des okapis, c'est à Mindonga, donc à Yaligimba. Là où il y a l'usine et le bureau de pêche, c'est c'est là-bas qu'il y avait une forêt. C'était une forêt de Okapi. Okapi, c'est Mondonga, à Lingala. Et Mindonga, c'est-à-dire les Okapi. C'était une forêt des Okapi, on appelle ça comme ça. Zamba et Mindonga. Alors, avec l'arrivée, les Mindonga, les Okapi se sont déplacés jusqu'à Epoulouvel le nord. Nous avons perdu beaucoup de choses. Nous avons perdu notre faune. On a perdu notre flore. On a perdu la biodiversité. Des plantes médicinales et tout ça, on a tout perdu comme ça. Ayaligimba, Solobato, Mokaria, Pembe, Mosingite, Mapangu, donc Lusanga, Boteka, donc ils sont allés jusqu'à donc Bonda, partout, Lokumete, Lokutu, partout. C'était totalement occupé. Et jusqu'à nos jours, mais qu'est-ce que les gens ont connu? Des travaux forcés. Il faut une justice pour ça. Qu'est-ce que les gens ont connu? Il y a eu des morts, des cas de meurtre. Et le plus récent s'avère le cas de mon propre collaborateur à moi, Joël Mbangula. Il a été assassiné par un garde industriel. Ebola, de Feronia. Nous avons tout fait pour que justice soit faite. Il a été arrêté jusqu'au niveau de la prison centrale en Bandaka. Mais nous ne savons pas de quelle manière, pas de verdict, comment l'homme a été libéré aussitôt. Et il est fier, il est rentré fièrement à Boteka. Et à Boteka, il a commencé à proférer encore des menaces à la famille de Joël Mbangola. Sa femme est décédée face à cette crainte-là. Et ses parents sont partis en fouillant. Ils ont connu un accident sur le fleuve, sur la rivière Momboyo. C'est toute la famille qui est partie comme ça. Il n'y a pas de justice. L'homme est là, et puis c'est l'ami des grands. Et peut-être c'était une manière de faire, de traumatiser les membres du Riao. Puisque moi, j'ai fui le pays en 2012. J'étais sous des pressions de toutes sortes. Ils m'ont pris en otage avec Renzo, avec tous ceux qui sont venus avec nous. Un projet de plus de 90 000 €. Dans l'eau comme ça, et pourtant c'est la société qui... On a donné l'argent à la société pour construire pour nous. À un moment donné, on nous a changé. On a changé comme ça d'avis lors des venues de Londres, Bill Gray et tout le monde. Je ne le connais pas, j'ai entendu parler d'eux. Alors qu'il y avait des téléphones qui sonnaient, ça et là, des téléphonies qui disaient on doit nous bouter dehors. Et on nous a fait signer un procès verbal dans lequel ça stipulait clairement que moi ici, Congolais, j'ai mon organisation, les RIAO RDC, qui est un organisme congolais de protection d'assistance sociale. La société PHC m'a interdit à travers ces PV-là. On était entouré de tout un bataillon de militaires armés. Moi et Renzo, nous étions obligés de signer des documents comme quoi on ne pouvait plus fouler les sols, les terres, les plantations de Feronia au Congo. On n'avait plus droit, moi je n'avais plus le droit de faire ça. Travailler, pourtant je travaille juste pour aider les pygmées, tout ça. La majorité des travailleurs à Boteka, ce sont des pygmées, population autochtone pygmée. Ils ont des problèmes très sérieux en tant que minorité au Congo, là-bas. Les Croates qui sont restés là-bas, Fidrich, Njoli, Basanga et les autres, on les a coupé les tendons de pied. Ils ont subi toutes sortes de tortures, traitements cruels, inhumains et dégradants. Ça, c'est vraiment, ce sont des actes habituels à cette société. Donc, les plantations ferronnes au Congo, en tout cas les plantations PHC au Congo, s'avèrent de véritables chasses gardées. C'est-à-dire, quand on a besoin d'une antilope, on veut prendre l'antilope. Quand on a besoin des singes, on veut prendre les singes. Quand on veut, comme on le veut, et puis on applique toutes sortes de manières. S'il faut tirer par l'arme, on tire. On a tiré sur un couple pygmée. Un pygmée qui travaille à la société est revenu. Il travaille à l'usine. Il est revenu avec une petite catinée, moins de 20 noix de palmier, juste pour permettre à sa femme de préparer. Alors les gars d'industrie étaient là, ils l'ont vu, ils sont allés prendre des policiers. On l'a amené à la police vers 20 h à Boteka. Les matins, l'homme avec toutes sortes de tortures, il s'est réveillé mort. Sa femme est venue pour revendiquer quand même avec sa famille, revendiquer l'assassinat de son mari. On a tiré dessus. Feronia utilise la PHC, utilise la police nationale congolaise pour massacrer les Congolais. On le tue, on tire dessus et on n'arrête personne. Il n'y a même pas de justice. Kika Bin Karoubi, il était l'ambassadeur à Londres. C'était lui et le président Kabila. C'était des actionnaires. privilégié, il avait 20%. On a parlé de ça, 20% des revenus, tout ça, c'était pour lui, et Kabila. Et en plus de ça, sa maison, une espèce de corruption incroyable. Le bureau seulement, à l'occasion de Ferronia, ici à Kinshasa, s'élève à 130 000. La maison, dollars américains. Cette maison appartenait à Kika Bin Karoubi. Alors, ambassadeur de Londres, de la RDC à Londres, et finalement, ici, c'est les conseillers diplomatique du président Kabila. Aujourd'hui, il est en fuite, tout ça. On lui reproche d'avoir utilisé les fonds, les cartes bancaires de fonds publics, comme il avait une carte bancaire de fonds publics et parmi tant d'autres aventuriers qui sont venus piller ce Congo à complicité avec les multinationales. Donc, ça c'est beauté seulement. Joël, ça c'est récent. Les couples pygmées et à Lokutu. Il y a le cas d'Emmanuel. Blaise d'abord, Blaise Mokwa, juste le nouveau patron de Ferroina est venu avec les Chinois pour les vendre de la société. Il y a eu des soupçons puisque nous avons des frères qui travaillent là-bas quand même. Alors la population, les communautés se sont organisées, les leaders communautaires ont organisé une marche de protestation. C'est une activité, c'est permis par la Constitution congolaise. C'est une manifestation démocratique autorisée. Ils n'ont pas brûlé les usines, ils n'ont rien fait de spécial, juste une marche de protestation. On a identifié, c'est ça l'habitude, on a identifié les leaders, les meneurs de troupes. Il y avait Blaise Mokwa, il y avait Manuel Fola Fola. On les a arrêtés, on les a torturés, Blaise est mort. Nous avons publié des rapports partout. Manuel Fola Fola, on l'a pris, pour l'amener en prison à Yangambi. Sous des menaces, il disait que j'accepte de mourir pour la terre, à cause des terres de mes ancêtres. On l'a frappé en pleine pirogue, l'homme est succombé, et puis on l'a jeté sous des menaces dans l'eau, en plein fleuve Congo. Il était avec un de ses frères, on dit on te donne le travail, tu n'as plus. On l'a amené quelque part, dans une autre plantation, au-delà de Kisangani. Il travaille là-bas, puisqu'il n'a plus de droit d'entrer en contact avec la communauté de Lokutu. Mais la famille de Fola Fola, Emmanuel, sont allés à la justice à Kisangani. Ils ont utilisé des avocats, on a utilisé tout le monde. Jusqu'à présent, la justice n'a jamais été faite. Alors, c'est un peu trop. Aujourd'hui, qu'on parle de justice au niveau de Londres, justice climatique, moi j'apprécie. Je veux vraiment bien que cette justice soit vraiment faite. Que le préjudice soit réparé. Les communautés ont besoin de leur terre. Ça nous étonne. Nous faisons des rapports. Moi, personnellement, les RIAO n'est pas une organisation, ce n'est pas un parti politique d'opposition contre les multinationales, moins encore contre la PHC. Non, nous sommes une organisation de la société civile. Nous jouons, nous faisons notre travail. Nous avons des autorisations de l'État, nous avons la possibilité juridique. C'est tout ce qu'on fait comme travail. Quand il y a quelque chose qui ne marche pas, il y a violation des droits, il y a l'amnistie, il y a Frontline, il y a Human Rights Watch, il y a plein de choses. Donc ils font les travaux, nous aussi nous faisons notre travail chez nous. Mais à notre grand étonnement, on nous tue. Floribert Chébia, on l'a assassiné et tout. Donc on continue à tuer les gens. Les activistes, on les tue en Afrique. Moi-même, je suis une victime. Je suis menacé terriblement. Je vais le passer un exil de 10 ans avec toute ma famille. Je rentre dans mon pays comme un étranger. Je prends de l'âge. Je n'ai pas un salaire. Juste parce que je défends mes frères, je suis l'ennemi de tout le monde. Lorsqu'on se mettait à défendre, si j'ai pris des caméras pour entrer dans cette plantation-là, j'ai pris mon stylo pour écrire. C'était pour dénoncer. J'ai pensé que les banques de développement étaient dupes. Les banques de développement étaient victimes d'un détournement des fonds publics, les fonds destinés à l'amélioration des conditions de vie de notre population. Alors je me disais, il faut dénoncer cette histoire. Il faut que je dénonce, puisqu'il y a une complicité avec nos autorités, afin que justice soit faite. Que les gens qui ont donné leur argent pour aider les communautés sachent que rien n'est fait sur le terrain. Pas de route, pas d'hôpital, pas d'école, rien de spécial, même pas de salaire. Salaire de misère. Et avec un phénomène Nikotama, les salaires se prétendent $20 par mois, avec de très lourdes tâches. Une femme qui travaille dans une pépinière au Congo, à la Boteka, partout à Lokutu actuellement, par jour c'est 600-900 platines, c'est ça la tâche. Si tu fais 5 ça, la journée est nulle. Tu n'es pas payé pour ça. Tout ça, c'est de l'esclavagisme, n'est-ce pas? À plein air de la démocratie. Et nos autorités ne disent mot. Peut-être ils ont peur d'être assassinés. Qu'on puisse aujourd'hui parler de cette justice climatique-là. Nous voulons que ça soit une justice sérieuse. Nous croyons que c'est une justice sérieuse. C'est-à-dire le monde est en train d'évoluer. Le jour où on va parler de justice contraignante maintenant, à cause de tous ces abus-là, que la famille Unilever, que le groupe Unilever sont condamnés, ne fût-ce que lui-même William, ne fût-ce qu'à titre posthume, et que les autres puissent être poursuivis. Ils ont conçu, se sont conçus de citer ça et là. Aujourd'hui, ce sont des multimilliardaires et nos communautés sont restées totalement pauvres. Et ça doit se faire. Lorsqu'on parle de justice, c'est-à-dire réparation de justice, de préjudice, on doit créer l'équilibre. Parce que entre ceux qui ont perdu et ceux qui ont gagné, on parle de justice, on parle de l'équilibre. On doit créer des équilibres. Nos communautés ont droit, elles ont besoin de leur terre. Elles ont droit à leur terre et à à tous les avantages, à tous les droits de leur terre, l'occupation de plus de 100 ans. Nous voulons vraiment que justice. Je remercie totalement les organisateurs, ce qui est vrai. On aura suffisamment le temps pour en parler encore davantage, pour entrer dans les moindres détails. C'est ça. Chez nous, il n'y a plus à manger, les gens n'ont pas de forêt pour cultiver. Et un peuple sans terre, c'est un peuple sans avenir. C'est connu. Nous voulons la récupération, nous voulons la rétrocession des terres de communauté. Ça doit s'arrêter. C'est ça la meilleure justice, que ça s'arrête et que les gens récupèrent. Regardez, en une année seulement, lorsque les communautés ont récupéré leurs terres, ils en ont fait des terres, des champs de plus de 20 hectares, 16 hectares. Aujourd'hui, ils sont rentrés à l'IFOMO pour donner des ultimatums aux gens puisqu'ils ont conçu un semblant d'école. Tout ce qu'il faut faire maintenant, c'est que les populations enlèvent toutes les cultures. Dans les cas contraires, ils vont piller. Ils ont utilisé des pesticides comme ils ont utilisé à Mindoua et un peu partout. Donc, merci beaucoup pour ça.
In 1911, an Englishman by the name of William Lever was granted a concession by the Belgian government to develop large-scale production of palm oil in the Belgian Congo.
The African jungle can be a ruthless enemy, and so we fought it ruthlessly. Only by such methods did we plant our palms.
To work on our plantations in the Congo, people come in from far and wide, many of them from pretty remote and backward villages. And then they get something which not many people get when they start a job: a house.
Regardez-moi, ici, un travailleur pour moi. Il n'a rien faudrait de travail chez moi.
On peut entrer? On peut entrer. Vous travaillez pour la compagnie depuis longtemps? Beaucoup des années?
Bon, ils sont que 25 ans.
Ça, c'est notre bulletin de paye.
Net à payer.
Voilà, net à payer. Total de retenu, voilà. 30 397 mois, total de retenu. Et le type va rester en net à payer 19 261.
Ça, c'est pour combien de jours?
26 jours. Oui, c'est 26 jours. C'est 26 jours.
Avec ça, on sait acheter beaucoup de nourriture?
Bon, non, ça ne...
Hi, good evening. As it seems, we have been able to reach Jean-François Mombia Tuku, the founder and president of the Information and Support Network for NGOs in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the RIAO. I hand over to chairing Judge Radha D'Souza for the question and answers.
Thank you very much, Jean-François. We are very glad that you are able to connect with us. And I want to thank our translator, Sonia Kongshon, for doing this translation for us. We have just watched your film, Jean-François. I would now like to open up the session for questions, initially from the three judges. Do you have any questions to put to Jean-François? Yeah.
Merci Jean-François, je suis très heureuse que vous puissiez nous rejoindre. Nous avons regardé votre film et nous allons maintenant ouvrir la session de questions.
Rasigan or Nick?
We need to take notes.
Jean-François, it's Nicholas. It's good to see you. C'est très bien vous rencontrer.
Oui.
Salut. J'ai une question.
Merci beaucoup.
J'ai une question.
Oui.
Si ces atrocités se produisaient en Hollande, il y aurait bien sûr une enquête ou quelque chose comme ça. Une enquête judiciaire. Et bien sûr, c'est certain que les gens seraient accusés. Et, il y a des prosécutions. Et je connais que vous avez comme une organisation fait un complaint vers FMO. Et je me demande qu'est-ce que FMO a fait, qu'est-ce que le résultat de leur enquête, et est-ce que vous avez crainte que la réponse très lente et très triviale, si c'est ça, est motivée un peu, ou plus qu'un peu, par une espèce de racisme?
So repeat that question in English, please.
Yeah, my French is not good, but...
Do you want to translate in English?
Je peux répondre.
In English for the audience as well?
Yeah, I mean, essentially what I was saying was that if these atrocities, people have been murdered and so on here in Holland on a plantation, I mean, there's no question there would have been a public inquiry at the very least, and there would have been people who would have been likely charged with crimes by the prosecutor. And I know that because I've worked with a bit on this case, that Jean-François and Rial have complained to the Dutch Development Finance Institution, which is invested in this company, or was until recently. And it's been a very, very slow process, and not much has come out of it, as I understand it, though I'm sure Jean-François can tell you more. And I'm asking the question, one, why does he think it's been so slow? And to ask a wider question, because I think it's broader for the issues that we are facing and trying to judge, whether there's more than an element of racism in the way that we have this double standard, not just for the environmental regulations and so on that Dutch and English companies use when operating abroad, which are lower standards, but also for the way that we respond as a public, as much as our governments, and our judiciary and so on, to massacres when they occur abroad. I just asked that question, really.
Est-ce que je peux parler? Vous m'entendez?
Donc vous pouvez répondre.
Allô? Vous m'entendez?
Oui. Est-ce que vous nous entendez?
Oui, je vous attends très bien. Est-ce que je peux répondre à sa question?
Oui, vous pouvez répondre.
Oui, en fait, je n'ai pas problème de connexion, je n'ai pas eu le temps de parler directement avec vous, mais sa question, c'est une question pertinente. S'il faut que je parle, pour répondre à cette question, je dois passer un peu du parallélisme entre Unilever et Feronia. À l'époque d'Unilever, vous allez voir que l'Okudu s'appelait Elisabetta, et puis Boteka s'appelait Flandria, Lustanga s'appelait je ne sais pas, vous êtes là-bas, est-ce que Elisabeth, reine d'Angleterre, c'était une sœur ou quelqu'un de la famille de William Lever? Je ne sais pas. Pour moi, je pense que c'était la contribution. Ils ont toutes ces histoires en Afrique avec le concours de leur gouvernement. Effectivement, c'est ça le point de convergence entre Feronia et Unilever. Aujourd'hui, Unilever est en train, Feronia est en train de travailler avec le Fonds de développement occidentaux. Et il y a les FMO qui ont donné de l'argent à Feronia. Moi, j'ai livré l'information, j'ai fait des rapports avec mes partenaires pour que FMO, qui a fait partie de ce mécanisme de plainte, puisse venir enquêter et qu'on puisse, en tout cas, que les responsabilités soient acquittées, partagées, qu'on puisse punir ceux qui ont détourné les fonds, puisqu'il s'agit ici des problèmes de détournement de fonds et des problèmes de mépris total des droits. Ma grande surprise, je suis allé même déposer une en Allemagne, en Pologne, conformément au mécanisme de plainte des DEJ et des FMO. J'ai été en Hollande, ils ont refusé de me recevoir. J'ai été reçu de manière fallacieuse par la DEJ, mais la DEJ qui jusqu'à présent ne fait rien de concret. La plainte a été déposée en 2018, le 8 novembre, mais jusqu'à maintenant, là, il n'y a toujours pas eu de médiation. Et je suis considéré plutôt comme l'ennemi. En tout cas, s'il faut parler de racisme, peut-être racisme, oui, mais c'est plutôt le néocolonialisme. Il y a un général belge, le général Jan Sess, qui l'avait dit, lorsque les Mumba et les autres se battaient pour l'indépendance, il leur avait dit clairement qu'avant l'indépendance est égale. C'est ce que nous vivons. C'est du néocolonialisme. C'est encore pire que l'esclavagisme et l'colonialisme lui-même. Mon souhait le plus ardent, c'est que pour que FMO et DEJ et toutes les autres banques puissent adhérer au mécanisme de la médiation. Nous devons arriver à la médiation.
Jean-François, je m'excuse de vous interrompre pour l'interruption, mais votre connexion est pas assez forte. Alors la traducteur a beaucoup de peine à suivre votre mot. Elle va essayer de faire de transmettre ce que vous avez justement dit. Et on a tout vu ici collectivement, le film que vous avez mis en évidence. Et il y a plusieurs gens ici qui ont été occupés avec votre cas. Alors j'espère qu'on pourrait contextualiser sur cette manière et on s'excuse comme cours de vous devoir couper à ce point-là et on est honoré de vous avoir eu dans ces procédures. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Merci.
Yes, I'm very very sorry, it was really hard to understand for me. What Jean-François said is that Feronia works with Western development funds, and the main question is not necessarily racism, but neocolonialism, which is even worse. The rest was very fragmented, and I had really trouble to understand what was being said. I'm really sorry.
Okay, no, that is one of the issues that we face with the modern corporate world and living in one, because talking to each other becomes a very complicated thing. In my village, we just sat under a tree and we just talked, and nobody worried about how much time it took. But we are all under pressure to finish at a certain time. We are under pressure that technology should work. We are under pressure. So you can see even talking to each other has become a hugely complicated thing. But that is where we are. But I'm very glad that we at least got to put one question to Jean-François and get a direct answer from him. And I want to thank you, Sonia, for your translations. And I will now move on to calling upon the prosecutor. You have now heard evidence from 3 witnesses on Unilever, and in the light of what you have heard and your own opening statement, would you like to just comment on the evidence and how it relates to your claims that you made in the morning? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and also thanks to all the witnesses and your very powerful statements. I've learned a lot today, and still have to let it sink all in. But I can summarize quickly what we've learned from the witnesses from India, Kenya, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and tie it back to what I said earlier today. I think what we've seen, in summary, taking these statements from different places across the globe into consideration, is that Unilever was established about 120 years ago and has been built on colonial structures, benefiting from the UK and the Dutch legal and financial infrastructure, but that actually these structures still play a very big role today and are still perpetuated today, even though they might go by different names now. We have seen that private and public interest often go hand in hand, and that while they were first called colonial ventures, now they might be called public-private partnerships, or they go by other names. We have seen that there is a sort of a disconnect between the pride we take in the Netherlands and in the UK in talking about these amazing companies and the actual realities that happen on the ground in other places, and that often there's a disconnect in taking responsibility for what is happening there and in how we talk about it here. We have seen in different places that Unilever throughout its history has caused the dispossession and expropriation of local communities, the exploitation of wildlife and ecology and labor, pollution of ecology, the pollution of communities as well, of humans, of past and future generations. Again, I think that sort of ties back to what I said earlier, that the foundations that the company has been built on still play a role today, and that in a way the company is still benefiting from these structures, even though they go by different names. And that the structures as they are set up today also give companies like Unilever a possibility to sort of evade responsibility and to hide behind different legal rules and institutions, and that there is a double standard in some cases. Maybe to conclude, that all of this is often happening under a narrative of corporate social responsibility, of sustainable business, and of certification and a narrative of doing well for the world well. If we actually make the connections between the companies here and the realities on the ground, you can see a different image. So I think my main takeaway is that we should look at the history of the company and tie it to the present.
Thank you very much, Daphne, for that, and for that summing up and for tying in the evidence with your opening statement in the morning. Members of the jury, it is now time for you to be thinking about the evidence, to be assessing and evaluating the evidence, and to actually come to a conclusion, one way or the other, about how you see the issues. But as the presiding judge here, it is my duty to actually direct you and to point you to questions and issues that you need to think about when making those judgments. And as I said in the morning, we are here to just to remind you that we are here to make these decisions not in our individual capacities, but as ancestors of future generations. And we are here in the presence of past generations. And you have heard evidence from 3 witnesses about what states and corporations do in their territories and in their places. So now, to give you some sort of guidance and orientation about the issues that we face, I will call upon the judges to give a summary of their reflections and to point to directions and give some sort of guidance to all of you in making these decisions. So may I now call upon Judge Sharon Wen to take the floor and to direct the jury. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been struck today by what happened in India and then Kenya and then also in the Congo. And looking at what are the root causes of what has gone on here is that if you go back to the beginning of colonization, because we're not in a process of decolonization yet, we're still being colonized. And this court is authorized to hear complaints about past, present, and acts having impacts on the future generations. And I'm reading 4.2 on the Intergenerational Climate Crimes. If you look at that section, and what is the real root of what's happening here is because the colonization process that originally started with the Europeans going into the territories of the people that live there, that they have unilaterally decided that the underlying title to the lands belonged to them and not to the original people. And because of that, they feel that they can empower a corporation to be able to go in and use that land without the consent of the people, which is what is continuing. So if you look at that process and you look at the legal entity that's defined in 2.4, and you just go over to 2.4, it says legal entities are legal artifacts established by a group of persons with authority to do so for the purposes of limiting environmental, social, and legal liabilities, which is what the colonial process did. The European process, created the environment to allow these companies to exist. And they empowered those companies. And so when they allowed, and I use the word allowed, the original peoples, or not the original peoples, but the entity they created, a state entity, which is a Western creation, they gave them all of the baggage and all of the materials to continue the process of colonization, which is what is going on here, because every one of the witnesses today talked about coming up against, quote unquote, the legal system of the state, which was the legal system of the state that was imposed on them by colonization. And so colonization has been, is the ground in which these companies continue to promote their activities using a system that they put in place for these companies. So they actually never decolonized at all. So we're still in the colonial period. So I think what we have to come to grips is that the states that have been created on top of these lands have promoted and continue to promote the system of colonization of their own people. And so the people are being colonized not only by the present state that's been created, but also the companies that are emboldened by this state system to destroy the lands which the people are saying that they really need, the territories they really need to exist. So one of the recommendations that could potentially come out of this is that we do really need a decolonization process. Not the way that it's been dealt with, because they have controlled it, but to have a real decolonization of the peoples who are the original landowners, that says, what do we want done on our land? Because this is our land. We are the ones that were given obligations, responsibility for this territory. And these other entities came along and have been trying to control that. So we need to look at that and how we can make a suggestion about how that could be undertaken. And if you are going to have some kind of process into the future. Otherwise, what's happening now, if you legitimate these companies and allow them to continue, there is no future I believe every witness that we heard today said the same thing. If we don't get back our territory, we have no future. So past crimes of the colonization, the present crimes of colonization is going to lead to no future. So I think that's, when we look at this, our obligation under this, under what we're working under now, the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act, this is what really runs the thread through the whole thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Sharon, for that. May I now call upon Nicholas Hildyard to give his directions.
Well, I wholly endorse what Sharon has just said. I think this is really critical. I mean, we shouldn't be afraid of history. We have to understand history. In fact, you can't understand where we're going without understanding the past. And the colonial history is fundamental to the problems that we face and which are on trial today. And I think it's absolutely right, this focus on, I think someone said, we cannot have a sustainable future. Our grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren will not survive, will not have a future if we have the corporation in its current form. And one of the things that struck me today, with some of the charts that have been going up and so on, is the way that companies, with the active connivance of states and the legislation that states put in place, not least legalized corrupt arrangements, is all about avoiding responsibility, accountability. I mean, we all know how this spider web of companies that are set up all over the world are used to evade taxes. And that's well documented, and I'm sure that many of you will be familiar with this from documentaries on television and so on about tax evasion here in the Netherlands. But I think what comes across for me is the way that it's also used to avoid legal accountability. I mean, it is to me absolutely shocking that the chair of the CEO of a company based here in the Netherlands, Unilever, can seriously be expected to be taken seriously by anyone in saying that when a company, a subsidiary in India effectively pours mercury into the local environment, into local streams, that it's nothing to do with me, Gov. I mean, it's not as if Unilever isn't receiving, Unilever here in the Netherlands isn't receiving all the profits. Why is it here in the Netherlands? Precisely so it can receive all the profits. And then to say, well, we're just a holding company, we've got nothing to do, we don't know what's going on in India or whatever. This is to my mind, absolutely criminal, and certainly criminal under this particular statute. I mean, it's like me going to India on holiday and saying, well, I'm a legal person in the UK, and I have certain legal responsibilities in the UK, but if I go to India on holiday, I'm a different legal person. I'm a Nicholas Hilliard with an Indian visa. And if I then went and scattered poison all over, or gave children poison, and then returned to London, and then the Indian authorities or the parents of the children said, I want to prosecute you, I said, no, it's not me. You can't prosecute me, because it wasn't me that did it. It was Nicholas Hilliard with an Indian visa who did it. I mean, this is absurd, and it's only possible because we have allowed, in our name, but without much discussion with any of us, companies to be given legal personality. And it's legal personality that gives them more rights than you or I or anyone else around the world enjoy as individuals. They can go to any country and set up, just like that. It takes about 5 minutes to set up a company in a tax haven. There's no scrutiny. You try and move to another country and say, I want to live there and operate there. You'll have visa requirements, you'll have requirements about how much money you're going to invest, etc., to get a golden visa, etc., etc. They have more rights than us, and only because we have granted them legal personality. So those are two things that come to me from today.
Thank you for those observations and for the remarks, and may I now call upon Rasigan.
Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone, and I also align myself with my colleagues that have presented earlier. You know, I'm quite struck from what we heard from this morning. You know, when we were told, well, we're at least better than others. You know, and I think that this is something that's bothered me throughout. How do we understand this? We are better than others, therefore it's acceptable. You know, there was a newsletter masthead that we were shown earlier. And at the bottom of the masthead it read, for the benefit of shareholders, customers, staff. I hope we pay attention to that order in which the benefits or beneficiaries were listed. Yeah? That's from what becomes Unilever. And that was in 1930, but that's what it said. Yeah. Now, when we listen to that, it's obvious that the primary beneficiary is the shareholder. It's put forward in that form. But for the shareholder to realize any value, there's a customer that's involved. I kind of think the only entity in those three words that's generating the value, the staff, the actual workers, are the last mentioned. And why are they mentioned in that way? Because they're also the source of the profit that then is returned to shareholders. Yeah? I'm sure you realized when we saw the clip, notwithstanding the difficulties in the transmission, the worker in the Congo had a wage slip for $26 take-home pay in a month. Well, we could call 26 days a month. In work we are doing with the US labor movement, the demand for 2022 is $26.94 an hour. These are two human beings separated by jurisdictions. So, as we work through a lot of these issues, there's some very basic, and it's so important, as the previous judges have mentioned, that we humanize and bring some of these facts away from aggregates, big charts, etc., to a reality that we can experience and also somehow take agency back over. The notion was raised around Dutch pride, yeah, in an institutional form. It has a shape, it has shareholders, yeah. But if this is in the national consciousness, where is the national conscience that should follow it? Now, we can't be conscious of something and not be conscientious about it. So I really want to encourage that we pay attention to that, because this is spoken in our names. Yeah? A second aspect, I only have 3 aspects, right? Yeah? A second aspect, and this is also critical because it binds many of what we've seen both yesterday and today together. You know, knowledge advances. Our very engagement is pushing knowledge forward. Because knowledge is a social process. Yeah? It's not just lab results and things like that. But what we can clearly see across all 3 cases that were presented is this huge chasm between the science that's being generated and the society itself. Yeah. In the Netherlands, we have a huge amount of knowledge institutions. Yeah. There's a huge public investment in research and development. It's not our object, so I won't bore you with the statistics around it. But it is a huge amount of money. But what is the object of that research and development? Because we have an uneven distribution of the scientific and technological capacities, capabilities, and competences. Yeah. In terms of the countries noted as developing or emerging, there's a paucity of these skills. Yeah. In the investments where countries have huge amounts devoted to public R&D, it's for the benefit of the corporations. Yeah. So where is the socially relevant? When people talking about cleaning up mercury poisoning, I think it was raised, is it even possible? Should this not be an object? If you were conscious of the firm, the corporation that created the harm, that we would invest the necessary resources to redress that harm. Because if we don't invest in creating that knowledge, we continue and perpetuate it. Yeah? And the cycle continues. In July this year, South Africa exploded. Yeah? During the riots, we lost 350 fellow South Africans. In the process of the riots, a factory was burnt down. This factory is an Indian firm that had located a chemical business that's no longer tolerated in India into South Africa. And this has polluted the rivers around the KwaZulu-Natal coast. You saw dead fish being washed up. So we are continuing. We are part of this process that's allowing itself to be reproduced. And that's why the third point, I think, as you make your decision about this, to also bear in mind. We're in the 3rd decade of the 21st century, and it's a common era. And is being better than others good enough for us now? I would suggest to you it's hugely insufficient if we want a future, as is being raised. We can recognize clearly in what's being presented that the past was a disaster. For most in the world today, the present is a catastrophe. And if we look ahead, just extending what we've seen today, I'm sorry, colleagues, friends, jurors, however we want to call ourselves, fellow human beings, it's extinction in front of us. Yeah. So I think really the time is now to act against this. We recognize the world is combined, notwithstanding all those lines we draw there, yeah? But it is extremely uneven. Notwithstanding that it's combined and uneven, it is common. It's the only place we have. There's no spaceships arriving to take us off the planet. We have to fix it. And if we know who is causing the harm, we should not allow that harm to be perpetuated and continued. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your reflections. And I will now just share some of my thoughts on today's hearings and what I think is important for you to consider. I want to begin with some thoughts on the first witness presentation that we saw about Kodaikanal in India. And we saw how even a small drop of mercury, when it gets into the food chain, the whole fish population is impacted with a very small drop. And we saw that there were really thousands of tons of mercury being discharged into the environment. And we often talk about sustainable development or doing things in sustainability or sustainable ways. But the question that I want to pose to you is, anything we do on a large global scale, can it be sustainable? Palm oil has been produced by people where the palm is their homeland, where it grows in their homeland, and people have used it for centuries. They never destroyed the palm groves, they never destroyed anything. It was in their nature, and they used their oil that was available in their nature, and others in other natures used whatever was available. In my part of the world, we have coconut palms and we use coconut oil. But when you start producing those things for this global market, and for a global market where one part of the world consumes most of what is produced in 2/3 of the world, because we live in a world where 1/3 of the world consumes what 2/3 of the world produces, then the fundamental question is, can large-scale production ever be sustainable? And that question links up to the first one about land and colonization, because the whole colonial process was to really bring the wealth from one part of the world and to sort of keep it in another part of the world. And that was a question. But very related to that, and very important question under the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act, is the question about how is large-scale production and consumption possible? What makes it possible? And at the core of that, it seems to me, is a legal structure that creates an artificial person and says that this artificial person can roam the world without any barriers and can take whatever they want from anywhere they want. Yeah? Because imagine yourself, as a human being, how much coconut will you consume? Yeah? Even if you were a voracious, I'm saying coconut because it comes from my land, right? But and you can say that for palm oil, you can say that for anything. But when you come to a corporation or a legal person, then there is indefinite amounts of consumption that is possible. There is no finite limit to how much can be consumed. All they need to do is have another advertising strategy so that you can then be persuaded to consume some other product instead of margarine or whatever it is. So my fundamental question is if large-scale production is unsustainable, and if it is a law that makes large-scale production possible, and the law includes corporate personality and empire building, state, which we saw today in every single presentation that came about. Yeah? So the empire and the corporate personality, these two are inextricably tied. One cannot live without the other, and both together make large-scale expropriation of land, of people, of resources possible. So if that is the question, then we have to ask what sustainability means and whether the way we talk about sustainability is at all sustainable. So that was my first observation. So this was about scale and law. My second observation is about place and people. So our legal system or the legal system under which we live, and that is not the legal system under in this court, because this court follows a different legal system, but in the legal system outside this court, we have this assumption, which is based on a fiction, and it is called legal fiction, that says that 10 people can come together, establish a company, and then that becomes a person. And that person is then equal to all of us. And that is the fiction on which the whole society operates. So my question is, if that other person, the corporate person, can go around the world, evict people, natural persons, take land, establish whatever they production or whatever it is that they want to establish, then where do those people stand? To be human, to be an elephant, a lion, a tiger, whatever, you need a ground to stand on. Where will you stand? If that land is taken away, where do people stand? Yeah? And that is something that you need to ask. In particular, need to ask because, at least in this part of the world, immigration is becoming a big crisis issue. But if people are driven out of their land, continue to be driven for hundreds of years, where do they stand? Because somewhere they need some place to stand. Yeah? So that is about physical existence. The third thing that I want to ask you to think about when you make your decision is about legal personality and people's conceptual world. When these corporations went to Kenya or went to India or went to Congo, yeah, and they represented themselves as a person, they went to communities and societies where only natural beings were parts of communities. So they could understand an elephant in my area as being part of our communities. We have grown up with elephants and they are part of the scenery, so to speak. Yeah? So we accept that they are part of the community. We accept that snakes are part of our community because they are part of whoever we are. And as you saw in the first film, the Sholakili is very much part of the community because it makes such a racket and we wake up to that, you know, bird call and sound. So in that context, how possible is it that a clan or a tribe or any other form of community organization, villagers, would have understood this concept that there can be an abstract person who can't be seen, who you can't talk to, who does not have an elder, who does not have a leader, and this person comes and says, I'm a person. And they talk to the general manager or the CEO and say, you are responsible. And the general manager says, no, I'm not responsible because I'm only an employee. But there is this other person called Unilever, and this person does these terrible things. I'm not nothing. He may even resign and go, and some other general manager will come, and the company will say, oh, but we are still the company, right? You are bound by all the laws. Imagine how extraordinary this must sound to most people around the world, that, you know, that there is this invisible person who can't be seen. Nobody is responsible for it. Yeah, everybody is there, comes and goes. One day one is a general manager, next day another person comes as a general manager, but generally nobody is responsible. So when we talk about these people have signed a lease agreement, these people have signed a contract, you have to ask yourself this question, you know, what are we talking about as two sides, if there is two sides to it? There is one artificial person, invisible, you know, you can't, and there is this other, a clan, a tribe, a community where there are real people, and you hold them to their contract. And my last thing, I want to again come back to question of decision making. Any judgment or any decision, I think Rasigan talked about knowledge, is a social thing. Social beings make decisions, make judgments. And these are what we call conscience, is a human attribute. It's an attribute of being human that we have something called conscience. All those three witnesses came here today because they saw all of you as human, and therefore assume that there is something called a conscience, and a conscience is something that is created or born inside us because we are members of a collective society. You know, without society, there is no development of a conscience. The sense of what is right, what is wrong, comes because we are human. Now you have a legal person, and you say that this legal person has a conscience. Does it? I mean, would anybody with a conscience do what happened to Kodaikanal, or what happened to the people of Kericho, and what happened in Congo and things like that? So when we attribute human rights to corporations, when we attribute human qualities to these things, can we even say that these corporations can have a conscience when they are not human? So those are some of those things that we need to think about, and I say this because I know that there is a lot of discussion on corporate social responsibilities and so on. So can a corporation even have a conscience if conscience is a human attribute? So with those remarks, I will just close my comments, and we come to the most important, I think, part of today's proceedings, which is, you will now, I call upon all of you to reflect on everything that has been said, and then to vote. You have heard evidence on Unilever from 3 witnesses. You have heard about the complicity of the state from 3 witnesses. And you have heard the summing up and directions from the judges here today. And so I now ask you, those of you who have heard the witness, reflected on it, and have concluded that Unilever and Netherlands, the state of Netherlands, are guilty, please raise your hands. Those who say they are not guilty. Not guilty. Those abstaining, could you please put your hands up? 1 abstention. Any more? 2 abstentions. 3, 4 abstentions. 5. Okay. Thank you very much. That gives us a clear sense. 5 abstentions, majority voting guilty. What we will now do, the judges will take away your thoughts on this, your contributions to the discussion, as well as what the witnesses have said, and will write up a final concluding judgment, which will be available in due course. I want to thank all of you, each one of you, for being present, for your contributions to this session, and for giving your thoughts to this and your comments and your contributions to this very important issue. And I will now pass it on to the clerk of the court to have his concluding statements.
That means the hearing on case number 2 of 2021 by the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes has now concluded. Video documentation of the proceedings belong to the public domain from this moment onwards. The judgment of the CICC will be published in the coming weeks, and together with the video documentation and all evidence filed to the court will be shared with organizations and institutions invested in the struggle for climate justice. But evidentiary materials will also be further used in future cases of the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes. Following the words of our chairing judge, I would wish to thank the public jury as well, judges, witnesses, Faith Alube, who we were honored to have here physically present with us as a witness, emphasized today in her statement, if I didn't misunderstand you, the importance of hearing in the notion of public hearing. That means collective hearing, hearing as a political act, hearing as collective action, and hearing maybe in length of Razigan is something that brings conscience back into consciousness. On a practical note, from 6 o'clock onwards there will be dinner available for all of you just outside of this door. There will be drinks served inside Framer Framed. And I would like to bring your attention to the fact that in the space upstairs on the first floor there is an exhibition called Power Play by an extremely important collective of undocumented and documented designers, artists, activists, organizers who have made an installation that could be considered a form of evidence when it comes to the crimes perpetuated by the European Union and its corporate beneficiaries in violence imposed against refugees and undocumented migrants. And the members, Mohamed Noor and Hamo, members of the We Sell Reality Collective, will be present from 6 o'clock onwards. So for those who wish to go beyond the notion of testimony in this more formal or procedural setting, I would very much invite you to join them. Tomorrow we will proceed with case number 3, Comrades Past, Present and Future versus ING, starting 1 o'clock. That is Saturday, October the 30th at 1 o'clock. And we hope we can welcome you as members of the public jury then again. Thank you so much.
Ja.